Good evening. I'm Armando Cuellar, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This public hearing is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meet and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:29, and I call this public hearing to order. I now begin the roll call. Call these board members by name, signify your presence by saying present or aye. When I call your name. Mr. Isidoro Nieto.
Present.
Mr. Jackie Sustaita. Jose Treviño.
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Present.
Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Present.
And Mr. Andrew Gonzalez. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is in attendance. Item 3, overview of District of Innovation Plan. Dr. Coronel?
Board President and members of the board, this is another step that we're taking to move to the District of Innovation. So I'd like to turn this over to Ms. Lisa Gomez, our Assistant Superintendent for Teaching, Learning, and Innovation.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Board President, board members, and Dr. Coronado. Yes, my name is Lisa Gomez, so I'm going to begin with a definition of a District of Innovation. The District of Innovation concept, which passed in 2015, gives traditional independent school districts most of the flexibility available to Texas's open enrollment charter schools. The purpose of our public hearing today is to consider whether the district should develop a local innovation plan for the designation of the district as a District of Innovation. You can see from this slide that we have met the criteria for eligibility because our accountability rating is higher than a C. Some local districts of innovation include Brownsville, Harlingen, Hidalgo, La Feria, La Joya, just to name a few. You can see the rest of the list there on that slide. So a visual of where we are in our process. We are having our public hearing, which is item number 4. You may choose to decline to pursue District of Innovation, or you may choose to appoint a committee to develop the plan with a comprehensive educational program with innovations and list of educational codes or provisions that we wish to be exempt from. Here is a tentative timeline. You can see that today we're having our public hearing in which you will make a decision. If we are proceeding with the District of Innovation, we would have 2 meetings, hopefully in November, which would leave us to post our plan in January for at least 30 days, after which we would notify the commissioner of our intent to adopt the plan. And then in February, we would have a public meeting to approve the final District of Innovation plan and update all policy changes with TASB. So these are some prohibited exemptions of a District of Innovation. You can see here that, for instance, we have to cover our curriculum. We have to do our state assessments. We have to follow a state accountability system. There are federal requirements that we must abide by, etc. All of these are listed in the Texas Education Codes referenced at the bottom of the slide. Some potential benefits of a District of Innovation include that the district determines which flexibility it wishes based on the regulations that are provided. So there's local control. There's customization where the district may tailor to its needs. We have some autonomy from a District of Innovation plan. And we have charter-like exemptions. So I'm not endorsing these, but I want to give you an example of some of the possible exemptions that our District of Innovation Committee might want to look at. So the first one is teacher certification. So as you know, we want to make as many post-secondary opportunities available to our students. So we have a lot of career-oriented programs. And what happens is that we have to compete with the industry for people who have hands-on experience in the field. They can get paid better outside. Again, I'm not endorsing this. This would be an example of something that I have seen in other districts of innovation. So what they've asked for is an exemption so that teachers who have that, so that people who have the experience can then become teachers in CTE-specific areas where they would have to maybe pay out of pocket to do an alternative certification. I would like to point out that those districts of innovation plans often make reference to still some of the parameters in which they would hire those potential teachers. Class size ratios is another exemption that I see oftentimes in district of innovation plans. So when you have a situation where we'd like to move to a ratio per square footage, to a student space ratio. However, there are instances where we find ourselves where we're 1 over, and there's rigidity with the requirements. So in these examples of District of Innovation exemptions, these districts that I've mentioned before, some of them have asked for the class ratio size to be considered on a case-by-case basis. And then finally, with an instructional calendar, an example of something that might be chosen by the District of Innovation Committee is a change in the instructional calendar, let's say, to better parallel itself. So you're going to reconcile a district calendar to a local post-secondary institute. Or it may be that, for instance, you want to make semester 1 and semester 2 more equal with regards to the number of days. Next slide, please. So some items that are FYIs that are important to note are that your District of Innovation Plan must identify requirements that are imposed by the Texas Education Code from which the district is seeking exemptions. So in other words, you reference the code and you say, this is restrictive in the following ways, this is the exemption that we wish to pursue. A District of Innovation is a legally binding document. TEA does not approve the District of Innovation Plan. A district is designated District of Innovation for no longer than 5 calendar years. Thank you.
Board President, members of the board, I don't know if you have any questions. This was the public hearing in terms of the steps that we'd like to pursue. There is an agenda item for you to vote this evening on whether or not you want to approve it. So we can ask the questions, or you can ask the questions if you have any questions now, or we could save it for the agenda item. So subject to your questions.
I have one question on teacher certification. What is the flexibility so the public can know what the flexibility is on teacher certification?
So that's always the hardest question to answer, because we get to pick and choose which teacher certifications we can waive. For example, and I'll give probably the most or the best example. Let's say we have a certified welder. Most welders don't have a degree, but they are phenomenal welders, and then they teach. That would be an example of okay, so we're going to grant or exempt him from having a teacher certification. Now, in order for our students to have a certified teacher, our teachers still need to be certified in their content areas. Right. So we still need certified, K1 through 6 teachers, science teachers, math teachers, and so forth. Those we're not exempting. The teacher certification really applies to just those CTE type endorsements.
Which is great, because I know in Harlingen we had that opportunity a few years ago, and we took advantage of that by providing teachers that were not fully certified, but through District of Innovation, you could certify them to teach the plumbing or the first aid or
Right.
whatever it might have been. So, okay, thank you.
I think, I had a question as far as class size ratios. What were we all thinking about that? Because I know that we have our secondary campuses, have a high student-to-teacher ratio, and some of our elementary campuses as well. I know they ask for waivers. So what are we looking?
So for the class
What
size
are we
ratio,
looking into
and
that
again, that was an example, sir, of, so that we don't have to do the waiver. Because the only thing that's by statute is kinder through fourth grade, which is 22 to 1.
Right.
But we'd like to move away from that and go with one student per every 40 square feet of instructional space. So we don't think that one's going to really apply. But all the other ones, the state doesn't mandate a criteria with the number of students per classroom. We know for safety purposes, we don't want to overcrowd our classrooms.
Right.
But the class ratios that's referring to is the one that's mandated by the state, which is K through fourth grade.
And have we already started to move toward that, as far as one student per 40 square feet, or that hasn't been done
We'll
yet?
probably do that next year, because we want to be able to reduce that. This year, we were a little overwhelmed by pre-K. And so when the numbers came in, we started shifting classrooms. And so we need to, and then the other thing was, we had a lot of students come in that weren't zoned to those schools because we didn't have our policy or regulation FNG in place to limit registration, which now will be taken care of in March.
And so I know every classroom size is different, so the one student to 40 square feet, what is that averaging now?
So if
Elementary,
so,
junior high, high school?
so a standard classroom that's being designed today is 800 square feet.
Right.
Some of our classrooms are at 600 square feet in some of our older buildings. So at 800 square feet, we would max 20 kids in that classroom.
Okay.
So we would be well under the class size ratio anyway. But that's the direction that we'd like to move into the district.
Okay, and so moving that, so going into that for next year, then that means that possibly we might be picking up additional staff then to accommodate?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good news.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're trying to create staffing, a staffing model for 18,000 kids. That's what we're working on.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Nope.
Okay.
The kiddos.
Thank you for that presentation, and Dr. Coronado for the explanations. That goes to item 4, public comments on the report.
Nobody signed in online. Is there anybody that needs to sign up that's going to speak specifically on the report? Then there's no public
We have
comments.
none. We then go to item 5, adjournment. Okay, we have a motion for adjournment, and the time now is 5:42. This presentation is now adjourned. That takes us to our next public hearing. Good evening. I'm Armando Cuellar, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This public hearing is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:42, and I call this hearing to order. I now begin the roll call, calling every board member by name.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Isidro Nieto,
Present.
Ms. Jack Staita,
Present.
Dr. Jay Trevino,
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez,
Present.
Mr. Mark de los Santos,
Present?
Mr. Gonzalez. Let the record show that a quorum of board members are in attendance. Before I go any further, let the record show that Mr. Jackie Sustaita joined the previous hearing at 5:35. Okay. Item 3, overview of school First, Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. Dr. Coronado.
Board President and members of the board, this is an annual requirement for public hearing, and I'd like to turn this over to our Executive Director for Business and Finance, Mr. Andres Sanchez.
Thank you. Good evening. Dr. Coronado, President Cuellar, members of the board. This is the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, also known as FIRST, public hearing. The district achieved a superior achievement rating for the fiscal year 2021. This is for 2 years ago because this is based on audited data, and the only audit that we have, or the latest one, is 2021 year. Next. The primary goal of FIRST is to achieve improved performance in the management of school districts. TA requires a public hearing. It is designed to encourage public schools to manage their financial resources better in order to provide the maximum allocation possible for direct instructional purposes. Creates transparency and discloses the quality of local management and decision-making processes. And it should include processes for anticipating the future financial solvency of each school district. Next. Weslaco ISD has received a superior achievement rating for 20 years, ever since its inception in 2001-2002. We had it all 20 years. We have 5 perfect scores in those 20 years, including the current year. There are indicators that are critical. The first 5, if we fail in any one of those 5, we don't qualify for, we fail the rating. We get a 69, that's not good. There's also financial solvency indicators, there's 9 of those. And there's 6 financial competence indicators. Next. Oh, sorry. We advertised the hearing on October the 5th and the monitor, which is also a requirement. Next. Skip that one, please. Thank you. The critical indicators are timely filing of an audit report with TA, that we get an unmodified opinion, no findings. We have compliance with our debt agreements, timely payments to government agencies like TRS, IRS, and that we have an unrestricted net position in the fund balance, which was not scored this year. Next. Solvency indicators. It asks for a 3-year change in the fund balance, the number of days of cash on hand, current assets to current liability, do we have enough to pay our debts, and how much more money we have in assets and liabilities, that the general fund revenues exceed or equal or exceed the expenditure, that we don't have a deficit, the long-term liabilities to total asset ratio, the debt per $100 of assessed property value, the administrative cost ratio, the student to staff ratio over a 3-year period. Then the financial competence indicators, we have an enrollment variance, the PIMS to the audit financial data, that we have any differences when we file it. Are there any material weaknesses in internal controls over the financial report? Are there any material non-compliant disclosed in the audit report? Transparency, did we post on our website anything or everything that we needed to post? And also whether the board discussed the property values and the funding lag within the Board of Trustees within 120 days before approving the budget. On all those indicators, we passed them. If you want me to go over them, I'll go over them, but we got 100. Last year, there was an indicator we did not achieve because of a note on the financial report that we hadn't spent all the money as required by TA, but everything else was approved. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna skip all that page, please. Skip that one too. That one. Okay. Superintendent's contract, we need to either share at the meeting or post it on the website, and it is posted in the website in the financial transparency section. It has been there since April 1. Next. We need to report the report on expenditures on travel by the superintendent and the board of trustees for the fiscal year 2020-2021, which is September 1, 1920 to August 31, 2020 to August 31, 2021. At the time, the superintendent was Dr. Priscilla Canales, and we had the board members, which is all of you here, and the trouble you had during the year. There's also a trustee, Mr. Kennedy, who attended our virtual conference in September 2020. His amount is listed there. The total amount of expenditures is $8,434.72. The report that you see shows amount for meals and mileage, lodging, in conference registration. For this year, 2021, because of the pandemic, the only travel done in person was at the island for the superintendent's conference and board members in May of 2021. Everything else was virtual meetings. Thank you. Outside compensation received by the superintendent. Dr. Canales disclosed that she had not received any compensation from outside sources. Next. This is for gifts accepted by the Weslaco ISD superintendent, board of trustees, and/or any of their family members with an aggregate value of $100 or more from any district vendors during the fiscal year 2020-21. None of them were reported by the board, and if there's one that I missed, let me know now, please, but I don't think anybody has anything. Next slide. This is employment, business, or family relationships from Weslaco ISD superintendent or board trustees with any district vendors for fiscal year 2020-21. There's two notes here. Dr. Rodriguez, he saw a student of the district in late 2021. And Mr. Trevino, his spouse is Dr. Edith Trevino from Dr. E.T. and Company, who is a vendor from the district. And they both have been disclosed. And that's the end of the report. Do you have any questions?
One quick question.
Yes, sir.
How many days do we have to have cash on hand for how many, I believe it's months or?
90 days.
3 months?
See, no, yes, sir, yes, sir.
90 days?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had 123.
120, okay.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
Yeah, Andres, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4, Weslaco Independent School District rating, superior achievement. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, I'd just like to have a congratulations to our Business and Finance Office and to the board. You're just as part of the superior rating as they are, so congratulations and thank you.
And I'd like to add also that we have a lot of help from human resources, technology, risk management, and working with the schools to achieve this.
Congratulations.
Hey, other departments, if I left you out, facilities, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Item 5, public comments.
As of now, nobody's signed up online. Is there anybody who wants to sign up for specifically the report that was presented? If not, there are none.
Item 6, adjournment.
So moved.
Okay, we have motion at 5:51. We are adjourned from this public hearing. We will now start the regular board meeting. Good evening. I'm Armando Cuellar, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This regular board meeting is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:52, and I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call, calling each board member by name. Signify your presence by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Isidoro Nieto,
Present.
Mr. Jackie Sustaita,
Present.
Coach Jesse Trevino stepped down.
He stepped out for a minute.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez,
Present.
Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Present.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum of members in attendance. Item 3, invocation. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, I'd like to turn this over to our Executive Director for District Communications, Mr. Carlos Robledo.
Good afternoon or good evening, Coach Cuellar, Dr. Coronel, members of the board. I'd like to introduce Mary Yanez, school counselor from Dr. Armando Cuellar Middle School, who will lead us in the invocation.
Thank you. Good evening. Like I said, my name is Mary Yanez. I'm school counselor at Dr. Armando Cuellar Middle School. As you are, I invite you all to bow your heads and go before in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this afternoon, thanking you for everything that you're doing for us and everything that you have done. Right now, Father, we just lift up in prayer each and every one of our board members, Lord, and all of the staff of Weslaco ISD, and our students as well. And Father, we pray that you give them wisdom, you give them direction, and you give them, Father, your peace and your joy as they go to this meeting, Lord, and make decisions for our district, so that we may all, Father God, be successful, Lord God. We just thank you, we bless you, and we just love you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Item 4, Pledge of Allegiance. Texas Pledge. Dr. Coronel?
Board President, members of the board, Mr. Carlos Rebelo.
All right. Well, tonight we have a couple of students who are from Dr. Armando Cuerda Middle School. We'd like for them to step up, please, as I introduce. How about a big hand as they walk up? Thank you. All right. So first we have Ariana Angulo, who is the daughter of Abel and Jessica Angulo. She is a 7th grader at Dr. Armando Cuerda Middle School. Ariana is a member of the National Junior Honor Society and the Cuerda 4-H Club. She is also active in tennis, swimming, and volleyball. After high school, she plans to attend Texas A&M College Station. How about a big hand for Ariana? Also with us this evening, we have Giovanni Yanez, and she is the daughter of Jose and Rachel Yanez. She is also a 7th grader at KWES. Giovanni is also in the National Junior Honor Society and the 4-H Club. She is in basketball, volleyball, golf, and is a member of the book club. After graduation, Giovanni plans to attend the University of Texas at Austin. How about a big hand for Giovanni? And if their parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized, parents? All right. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, so whenever you guys are ready, y'all can start. All right. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge, okay?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee. Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much. And we have a letter of thank you.
Item 5, awards and recognition.
Board President and members of the board, Mr. Carlos Rebelo.
All right, well, the school year has started. We are now more than 6 weeks in. We have plenty of recognitions and awards to talk about, so let's go ahead and do that. How about a big hand for some FFA students as they walk into the room? Tonight, we want to congratulate our high school students who competed and excelled in the 2022 State Fair of Texas held in Dallas. These students from the Future Farmers of America clubs put in countless hours to develop and show their animal exhibits. Tonight, placing 4th in fine wool lamb, and this is at the State Fair of Texas, Jasmine Garza. Also with us tonight, placing 3rd in fine wool lamb, cross lamb at the State Fair of Texas, we have Diego Calderon. And we'd also like to recognize their sponsors. They are Jose Gutierrez and Juan Cadena. If their parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized, parents? All right, congratulations. Thank you, kids. Y'all can come this way. All right. Well, how about a big hand for some individuals that are coming in, some of our band students from Weslaco East High School. They had an amazing weekend. Taking part in Pigskin, such an exciting time for these band students. We're going to talk a little bit about that right now. Tonight, we want to congratulate the Weslaco East High School Wildcat Regiment and also the Weslaco High School Panther Corps for receiving a Division I superior rating in this year's UIL Pigskin Marching Contest. Our band students delivered great shows with amazing music and marching skill, earning straight ones from all the judges. At this time, we're going to recognize the field captains, but congratulations to the entire squad. We'd like to start off with, and as I say your name, if you could please stand forward so we could recognize you. Andrea Garcia. Alyssa Trevino. Diana Villagomez. Felicity Pompa. Leslie Quintero. Emmanuel Villas. Brenda Belmares. Alejandro Alejos. Miguel Torres. Darian Sierra. From the color guard are co-captains Ana Lopez and Captain Leanne Lopez. We'd also like to recognize Assistant Drum Major Genesis Medrano and Head Drum Major Catherine Lopez. And we would also like to recognize the band director for the Wildcat Regiment, Armando Cuellar. And parents, if parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized for all their hard work as well? All right, once again, congratulations. And we'll let you exit this way.
Good job, guys.
Come on in, guys. Up next, we'd like to recognize members of the Panther Corps. How about a big hand as they enter the room? And we want to say congratulations. We know it's been an amazing weekend and receiving your ones in pigskin. And we're going to recognize you. So as I say your name, we could please step forward so we could recognize you. Tonight we have members of the Panther Corps and we have the section leaders. So we'd like to start off with Mia Ramirez. How about a big hand? Sofia Guerra. Alyssa Elizondo. Raymond Sanchez. Leah Reimersma. Alexia Tirado. Christina Aguilar. Christian Aguilar. My bad. Danny Cordona. Jocelyn Salcedo. Litzy Cedillo. Georgina Chavez. Anthony Ortiz. Isabella Sanchez. Sarah Trevino. Bernabe Martinez. Alfonso Jimenez, Danny Ibarra, Liliana Zamora, Anthony Anciso, Antonio de Anda, Yanira Germain, Mayani Villa, Haley Martinez, Amber Cavazos. We'd also like to recognize Assistant Drum Majors Haley De La Mora. Also, Lily Garza. Head Drum Major Eliza Gonzalez. And we'd also like to recognize the Band Director Rodrigo Leal. And if we have any parents here, can they please stand and be recognized? Parents of these students. All right, once again, congratulations. You may exit this way.
Congratulations, y'all.
Good job. All right, we'll continue on with some more recognitions. Tonight, we want to recognize the A+ Employee of the Month for September. This individual took time off from her Saturday chores at home to ensure that students from another school district made it to their destination safely. When a school bus from Rio Grande City CISD broke down in our vicinity, Transportation Director began to call bus drivers to see who was available to help out. This was on a Saturday. This bus driver did not hesitate and sacrificed her day off to help transport the volleyball team back to their campus more than an hour away. Her selfless nature and positive attitude are an asset to our school district. From the Transportation Department, bus driver San Juanita Castellanos is the recipient of the Weslaco ISD A+ Employee of the Month Award. Congratulations. She's not here tonight because she's driving a bus. So congratulations. Well, tonight we want to recognize one of our high schools. The Texas Education Agency recently announced that Weslaco High School received the Purple Star Campus designation for the 2022-2023 school year. We commend the counseling staff at Weslaco High School and our Student Support Services Director for their work to establish a campus-based military liaison, a website, and a transition program to assist and support our military-connected students and their families. The Purple Star Campus program was established in 2019 by the 86th Texas Legislature to recognize Texas schools that meet the unique needs of our military-connected students and their families. Texas is the second largest state with military-connected students in school. Weslaco ISD is proud of its military sons and daughters, from Harlan Block to PFC Mario Ibarra and Tomas Garces, and countless others who have served our great nation. We would like to invite our alumni and staff at this time, those who have served in the military and our veterans, to please stand and be recognized for their service. And we thank you for your service, and we will be celebrating Veterans Day on November 11th. So once again, we thank you for your service. I'd like to make one more announcement for recognitions. Weslaco ISD was recently awarded a $300,296 grant from the U.S. Department of Justice as part of the Community Oriented Policing Services Office, or the COPS, School Violence Prevention Program. Weslaco ISD is among 4 Valley school districts and 235 communities across the country to share in this $72 million federal grant. The funding is earmarked to improve overall security at schools and on school grounds. Congratulations to everyone at Weslaco ISD that was involved in getting this $300,296 grant. Okay, and those are the awards and recognitions.
Thank you. Before we go to proclamations, I'd like to acknowledge that Coach Trevino, who was here, just stepped out, but rejoined the meeting at 5:54, and Mr. Andrew Gonzalez joined the meeting at 6:02. We now go to item 6, proclamations. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, Mr. Carlos Robledo.
We have several proclamations that we'd like to go through for the month of November and one in October. This one is for National Family Literacy Month, where we discuss the importance of literacy. Whereas the need for highly literate citizenry increases at Weslaco ISD and moves towards an increasingly technological future, and whereas reading aloud to children at least 15 minutes a day helps brain development, vocabulary, and future success in school and life, and whereas kids who read for at least 20 minutes a day are exposed to 1.8 million words a year, and whereas children who are read to at least 3 times a week by family members are almost twice as likely to score in the top 25% in reading compared to children who are read to less than 3 times a week. Therefore, be it resolved that Armando Cuellar, Weslaco ISD School Board President, does hereby support and proclaim the month of November 2022 as National Family Literacy Month. Thank you. Up next, in recognition of November Parental Involvement Day, November 17th, and I do have Erica Garcia here from Community Engagement, and also members of our parent involvement staff. If they can please stand and be recognized, and any parents that are here who are involved as well. Whereas the National Parental Involvement Day will be celebrated in the Weslaco Independent School District November 17, 2022, and whereas School Board President Armando Cuellar will be the honorary co-chairperson of the community focusing on Parental Involvement Day, and whereas Weslaco ISD promotes parental involvement targeting student success in the public schools at the grassroots level, integrating community awareness in a unified effort with representatives throughout the community, therefore be it resolved that Armando Cuellar, Weslaco ISD School Board President, does hereby support and proclaim the day of November 17th, 2022 as Parental Involvement Day. Thank you and congratulations. Up next, we have Bullying Prevention Week. So Dr. Sid from the Counseling Services Department and also social workers, members of our staff, can they please stand and be recognized? Whereas bullying is physical, verbal, sexual, and emotional harm or intimidation intentionally directed at a person or group of people, and whereas bullying occurs in neighborhoods, playgrounds, schools, and through technology such as the internet and cell phones, and whereas various researchers have concluded that bullying is the most common form of violence affecting millions of American children and adolescents annually, and whereas thousands of Hidalgo County children and adolescents are affected by bullying annually, therefore be it resolved that Armando Cuellar, Weslaco ISD Board President, does hereby support and proclaim November 14th through the 18th, 2022 as Bullying Prevention Week. Thank you. And that concludes our proclamations.
Item 7, public comments. Carlos?
We have 5 that signed up, and the first one is Paulo Mata Sanchez.
Good evening.
Okay. Identify yourself and give your address.
Good evening. I'm Paula Mata Sanchez. My address is 1405 Citrine Drive here in Weslaco.
Thank you, Mrs. Sanchez. I'm going to read a little script, and then you'll have the floor.
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, and the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. You now have the floor.
Thank you. May I present a handout that is pertinent to what I'm going to speak today to the
Yes.
board? May I hand something out?
No? We can't have that? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Coronado, Board President, and members of the board. I am Paula Mata Sanchez, and I am a candidate for Weslaco School Board Place 5. I am not here to speak about the hiring practices and missed opportunities of employees, community members, and outside applicants. I am not here to speak about the Weslaco employees who have been moved and given letters of salary security. This letter allows them to keep their salary until they leave or retire. I know that this is not possible, as I worked at Human Resource and was told many times by my director, when people are reassigned, their salary goes with them till the end of the school year. And then their salary is adjusted to fit the position. Remember, it is not the person, it is the position. Many employees have been misled to think that they will get to keep their salary. Meanwhile, the team or the cabinet salaries were supposed to be readjusted, and that did not happen. In addition, the heroes of the district, your campus administrators, teachers, librarians, nurses, custodians, maintenance, security guards, warehouse employees, bus drivers, food service, instructional assistants, secretaries, office clerks' salaries are still being reviewed, as HR is still visiting campuses to figure out their salaries and years of service. However, the bills keep arriving every month, and the employees of this district's livelihoods have been drastically affected. I am not here to speak about how the previous board has misled the community as to not raising our taxes, but in fact, our taxes will be increased in 2023. And I am not here to speak about the bidding process and how big-ticket items like the HVAC, 20 million federal projects are being ranked by the same committees. I wonder, are these bids really sealed, and who are these members of these committees? However, I am here to speak about an incident that happened to me on October 5th, 2022, by an employee of this district. The Weslaco Chamber of Commerce conducted a forum with a series of questions for the community to hear and see the Weslaco School Board candidates seeking office. This forum was streamed through KWES. After the forum, as I was leaving the room, the spouse of an employee came up to me and said, "You better watch it, or you better watch your, blank, and get my wife's name out of your mouth." I felt harassed and threatened by this employee of this district, as he was in my personal space. I was confused as to what just happened. I didn't expect him to approach me, especially in such a hostile state and in public. In addition, this employee has called my employer on a couple of occasions and harassed my administrator and the ladies of the office. I know who he is, and his name came out on our caller ID. I have filed 2 incident reports with the Weslaco Police Department and the McAllen Police Department. I did want to share my experience with you tonight, as this behavior and his actions are unacceptable. No one should endure this type of harassment, especially if this employee is entrusted with the students of our district. I ask the board to follow up with my concern and offer this employee some form of assistance. Lastly, please remember to exercise your right to vote early on October 24th. As I leave you with a question that was asked at the forum, with mental health concerns and bullying on the rise, what can be done to address this and provide some support and relief to educators, students, and family? I thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Julie Valdez.
Identify yourself and give your address.
My name is Julianne Valdez, and my address is 1103 Stone Street, Weslaco.
Thank you. I'll go through a little script and then you'll have the floor. Is it council? Council? Given the nature of the number of comments that are being made, do we need to go through this whole? Okay. I just want to make sure. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place on the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. You may now have the floor.
I am here to basically say the same thing that I said on last meeting, except I'm going to read it in Spanish. Antes de comenzar, permítame dar gracias al Consejo Escolar por su servicio a la comunidad. Mi comentario para esta junta va a ser en español porque mi meta es repartir una inquietud a los padres de estudiantes que no hablan inglés. Mi nombre es Juliana Valdez y yo era maestra en este distrito. La última vez que estuve aquí en comentarios públicos fue en octubre, el 4 de octubre. Hace 2 semanas hablé de la falta de maestros en las escuelas y lo que me preocupaba más es que me pregunto si los padres de este distrito están informados de que sus hijos no tienen maestra permanente, sino maestros suplentes. Algunos alumnos ya llevan 8 semanas sin maestros y ya la explicación es que no hay aplicantes. Pero a mí me han dicho unas personas que han aplicado en ese distrito y que no les han llamado y son aplicantes con certificados. ¿Será porque los salones no están llenos de sus hijos y de la gente afluente y conocidos en el distrito? Algo más también que me inquieta es la desigualdad en el repartimiento de recursos. Algunas clases tienen más de 40 estudiantes en los niveles de high school, la secundaria. Estas condiciones no son favorables para el aprendimiento académico y hasta cierto grado es una situación peligrosa para los estudiantes y los maestros. Es irresponsable de los administradores tener tantos estudiantes juntos en un solo salón. Por eso es importante hablar con sus hijos y enterarse de la situación en las escuelas, porque les puedo asegurar que si estos niños en estas clases de 40 y más fueran hijos de personas afluentes de poder o del distrito, esto no sería la situación. La educación es importante y todos los estudiantes merecen educación de calidad y oportunidad para todos, no solo para algunos. Gracias por su tiempo y escucharme y su servicio otra vez.
Thank you. What was that again?
To repeat. With every person, repeat.
Yeah, because of the
Repeat the
libel and
script.
slanders issue at the very end that you read. So they'd be aware not to disrespect any school board member or the superintendent by name.
Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna follow the script.
Yeah,
that's here,
just do
right?
that, would you please?
Yeah.
Next person is Dr. Sergio Garcia.
Your name and address, please.
Dr. Sergio Garcia, 422 Cardinal Avenue in Edinburgh, Texas.
Thank you, sir. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted within notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place a subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not concluded on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment, presentation shall exist 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Cuellar. Good evening, President Cuellar, members of the board, members of the audience, and the viewing audience. It's good to see many friendly and familiar faces tonight, many of whom I worked with for quite a few years, especially the principals and directors. I know they're not all here, but I worked with them for many, many years. Again, my name is Dr. Sergio Garcia, and I worked for Weslaco ISD for a little over 30 years until this past June, when I retired. My plans were to retire in December, but due to unexpected and unfortunate circumstances, I retired a little earlier, and I retired in June. First and foremost, I want to thank the Weslaco ISD for the opportunity to work here for so many years. Around 1990, although I had the opportunity to work in different districts, I chose to work in WISD because I considered WISD to be one of the premier districts in the Valley in Region 1. Through the years, I moved up to assistant superintendent, a position I held with great appreciation and respect. Obviously, my superiors believed in me to consider me for the different positions. I am confident that I was able to obtain all of my positions through my hard work, my dedication, and on my own merit. Throughout my years as a teacher and later as a central office administrator, I attended many trainings and conferences that equipped me with an abundance of knowledge in the many different areas of school operations, which I can use later should I decide to continue working, because I believe I still have a lot to give. I also developed lifelong relationships with other amazing educators, students, parents, community members, and I am confident that I made significant contributions to the students and the staff in WISD. Sadly, my career in Weslaco ISD did not end the way I expected. On April 25th, I was called into HR department where I was given a letter signed by your new superintendent. Basically, the letter stated that I was being moved from assistant superintendent to a manager. I was given no reason for the move other than the policy gave the superintendent the authority to do it. I have to add that at this time, your new superintendent had been on the job a month or so. So this decision was not based on any justifiable reason that warranted this change. To add insult to injury, the same week I received this letter, I received the usual Google invitation to the cabinet meeting, only to be called a day later by the superintendent's secretary to inform me that the invitation had been sent by mistake and that I was not to attend the meeting. The following week, I received another Google invitation to the principal's meeting, and again, I received a call that it was a mistake and for me not to attend. I did not have the courtesy of being notified by an administrator. Instead, they had a secretary call me. Shortly after this, 2 new assistant superintendents were hired. I was not even allowed to finish my career as an assistant superintendent in December, even though I had informed the superintendent that I would be retiring then. Probably the most disappointing part of all of this was that no one in the cabinet whom I had worked with for so many years advised the superintendent against making those drastic changes that would affect so many lives, including mine. After all, that is what the cabinet does, isn't it? We advise the superintendent, even if at the end it's his decision. In addition, most communication from most of the cabinet members ceased, those whom I had such respect and admiration for. It is sad to see that WISD, the district that I once believed to be the best in the region, treated me and other employees the way my colleagues and I were treated. It has been approximately 3.5 months since I left WISD, and I am still in disbelief for the unfortunate end to my career. Throughout my training in education, having received a master's and doctorate in educational leadership, I learned that a rule of thumb coming into new leadership role is to observe, listen, and analyze over time what needs to be changed to improve the organization. The decision to change my position and that of my other colleagues by the superintendent had no merit and can only be characterized as irresponsible leadership. During one of your recent workshops, your new superintendent mentioned that there were missteps that were taken in order to start the new year. He's right. With those missteps, people's lives were turned upside down, and not just mine. Other top cabinet members and department administrators endured the same wrath, while others were given higher positions and salaries. At least I had the option to retire, but many didn't. So if the superintendent acted alone with regards to these changes, it is the board that needs to be held accountable for hiring him. So as elections are just around the corner, my advice to the community is to elect wisely. All candidates claim to be in it for the best interests of the students and employees to get your vote, but very few are truly sincere about it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Next person is Diana Garza.
State your name and address.
Diana Garza, 1011 East 10th Street, Mercedes.
Thank you. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board, unless recognized by the presiding officer. No board comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. You may have the floor.
Good evening, school board trustees, parents out there, community, staff, students, everybody. I'm going to go with agenda item 6, proclamations. There was a bullying prevention week proclamation. So I know that last year I came up here and I pleaded for you all board members to get some bus monitors. And to this day, I just spoke to someone, there's only bus monitors in the special education buses. So we're talking about bullying. I know I'm not at a campus anymore. Thank you, Dr. Coronado. I know that bullying still happens, right? So please, board members that are on borrowed seats, once again, let's put the money where it counts, set your priorities straight, and get some bus monitors. There's money. There's lots of money. So I think that you would agree with me, as you all always say that student safety is priority. Let's show that it is a priority by getting some bus monitors for those buses. Under agenda, there's about a page and a half worth of expenditures for consent agenda items. So if you go look at all those consent agenda items, there's lots of money. So, once again, let's get some bus monitors. I know there are school districts that have them. Under agenda item number 9H, you have approval of contract to rent the Bird Ogden Arena for graduations. Why? If there's money to want to rent an arena for graduations, then there's money for bus monitors, right? And for kids, safety. I don't think that that's necessary, but maybe I don't know. I really don't think that's necessary. And then there's agenda item number 9R, athletic field maintenance and landscaping. Again, I don't think that landscaping is priority over student safety. Agenda item 9V, 4 and 5, a budget amendment from the assistant superintendents. Over here, newly created positions with high salaries. They want more monies to purchase meals and other incentives for campuses. Who knows what incentives those are? Since my newly appointed position as attendance intervention counselor, I get to work closely with a very ethical, intelligent woman, Dr. Sid, who has her heart in the right place. And I've often asked her, why aren't you providing breakfast for our amazing counselors? They deserve a breakfast every now and then, right? A taco. No, there's no monies, Who decides who gets what? Who decides? A group of 2-3 people decide where all the monies are going? Why does she only have 11,000? Because when I have questions, I'm going to ask. She says she has 11,000. She has to, poor lady, she needs to make it stretch to provide for all the different events. Red Ribbon Week, anti-bullying week, and the list goes on with $11,000, right? But again, it depends who you are, if you're going to get monies or not. And thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Finally, after I don't know how many emails I sent, I think we're getting a clerk, so I thank you for that. The doctor said in our department is going to get a full-time clerk and keep the half-time administrative assistant. So for that, I thank you. It took a lot of emails and, coming up here and asking. The next thing is the huge salary increases that other people have spoken about. How convenient is it that those salaries have not been adjusted? They haven't been adjusted yet. Who knows when they're going to be adjusted? And you board members sitting on those borrowed seats, we're going to hold you accountable. You're here for the community, for all staff. Why haven't they been adjusted? And yet we have the lower people, the ones, the clerks and all of those people. HR was quick to call those people and have those adjusted, right? Real quick. But those huge salaries have not been adjusted yet, to my understanding. Newly created positions, right? There are still some staff that didn't have an office, that don't have a job description yet. Let's just create jobs. Mine was created. I didn't ask for it. I don't know what the motive was, but I told Dr. Coronado in a meeting in June, I don't know what your motive is, but I think it's an evil scheme to try to push me out or something. We are right now October the 18th, and my newly created position, no direction whatsoever, no plan of execution, just a job description that they had my current supervisor work on a job description, right, for this for this title. Now I'm getting harassed by some of the dream team over here wanting to ask, oh, how has your title impacted attendance? On August 30th,
5 minutes.
I didn't get the minute warning. Can I go back for a
yes.
minute? Or I did?
No, you did.
Oh my gosh, it's just so much. But I'll be emailing you on the rest of the stuff. Everybody have an awesome evening, okay? Thank you so much for doing the right thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next person is Alfredo Castañeda.
State your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Alfredo Duff Castañeda. A lot of the school district knows me as Coach Duff, thanks to someone special in front of me. My name is Alfredo Duff Castañeda, and I'm from Weslaco.
Your address?
Oh, 1013 Emerald Drive, Weslaco, Texas, 78599.
Bear with me for the script, and then I'll let you have the floor.
No problem.
Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of this meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. You now have the floor.
Can I ask one question just very quick? How many days of training does a board member have to have? Superintendent, can I ask that question? How many days of you're supposed to have workshops and conferences and so on? Okay.
Sorry about that, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Just sorry, because I didn't hear it the first time. I know it's 90 days and $33,000, right? Okay. My name is Alfredo Duff Castañeda. I'm a citizen of Weslaco. I was born and raised and educated through the Weslaco ISD system. I graduated in Weslaco ISD, and I'm a former Weslaco employee. I'm now a candidate for the Weslaco ISD board, place 7. I'm here today to express my concerns of the lack of representation and advocacy of my opponent. Has the lack these critical issues being brought to light in the last 2 years? Even earlier than that, our district staff and taxpayers have had concerns that have fallen on deaf ears for far too long. And I do notice that a lot. We have seen that results of the audits, micromanagement of the district, people's future, as Mr. Garcia said, and career advancements stripped from them. To sit there and say you're not aware of these situations, even though you're part of the majority of the slate for the past 8 years, is an insult to staff and taxpayers. They are not ignorant. They make you believe that you are. I know for a fact that you all attend workshops.
Mr. Castañeda.
Yes.
You are being a little aggressive and you are attacking one of the board members.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have not said any names, so.
Which is not a problem. It's his opinion. That's fine. It's
That's
his
fine.
opinion, and he can.
Okay.
he
Yeah.
can-
My question to you, to these workshops, trips, were based on taxpayers' money. I just found out $3,000 were paid, right? And the rest of you did an awesome job trying to save the money on that. For years, staff and former colleagues knew that something was wrong with their pay, and mine as well. We continue to hear the wrong process of hiring, right? For those resources for the classroom as well, by the way, it's been proven that teachers have to plead for those critical materials that are essential for students and academic success. And find out that someone had voted to cut out the budget for resources for the construction purposes in 2017. And yet, nothing was done to benefit only private interests. Recently, we have seen very poor decisions and that have negative effects on the staff salaries and retirement and unfair and unjust salaries increases.
Sir, would you please, no attacks on the board, please?
No, I'm not attacking nobody, you know. The hand-picked promotions and hirings, which were against policies in some cases. This procurement process is ranking the red flags in mine as well. This board wants to pass a bond, and administration can't even explain if our taxes are going to go up or down. And administration can't even decide to tell us the truth if our taxes are actually going to increase. Be assured, the public is being lied to by the incumbents. Another question issued in disciplinary actions and misconduct between staff and student also on the millions of repairs that need to be done on the AC was neglected by the past 8 years. And a $32 million loan and the general fund are discussed in previous meetings that was spent in 2017 and 2019, and nothing to show but a scoreboard and fencing and turf. Well, I used to be at my campus at East where it still continues to leak. My opponent stated that he cannot be blamed for this whole board decision in the past years. But if you have been on the board 8 years, you were part of the major slate, and you have countless conferences and taxpayers' expenses to say you didn't know. During COVID, you even played with a staff member with a suspended misconduct at the time who was later fired or suspended.
Mr. President,
And they're proof of all things.
still talking about the incumbent.
Okay, so, okay, you know, as a former YSD administrator, you know, there's no excuse. And that is all my concerns that I wanted to lay out. I know that I've never come in here to talk in public. This is my first time. And I just wanted to make sure the citizens of Weslaco that I'm aware of what's going on. And I feel the pain of every employee that cannot talk, that cannot say anything because they're afraid to do so. And I'm here to represent them. And remember, I was a bus driver, a teacher aide, a coach, and a teacher. Thank you. May God bless you, and thank you, Weslaco.
Thank you, sir. Item 8, Superintendent Report. Dr. Coronado.
Board President and members of the board, first of all, I'd like to say Happy Bosses Day. It was yesterday. So, but thank you all so much for your support. I gave you a little gift there, so didn't exceed any policy things or anything, so.
Happy Bosses Day to you, and happy Bosses Day to all the directors and principals for Weslaco ISD.
I'd also like to point out a couple things that were mentioned earlier as part of my report. I'd like to recognize Dr. Sid and Mrs. Morales for their designation as the Purple Heart School. I was an Army brat. I grew up in the military. My kids were Army kids. They grew up in the military. My oldest daughter went to 13 schools before she graduated high school, and she's a good kid. But you know, when I hear people talk about being born and raised in Weslaco, that's all they know. Military kids often don't have that luxury of staying in one community. So I do want to thank publicly Dr. Sid and Ms. Morales for the Purple Star designation and for what they do to military children. So thank you. Board members, I also gave you 2 handouts for your review. One is the legislative priorities from the Equity Center, which we are members of. They're talking points for the 88th session, just something for you to peruse. The other thing, as I wanted to pass out to you, is the tax rates for last year and this year, but it's also by taxing entity. So City of Weslaco, Drainage, Hidalgo County, South Texas College, South Texas ISD, and Weslaco ISD. So just so that we're aware of tax rates and the taxing entities, and I just wanted to do a comparison to provide that for you. Regarding the rest of the report, I'll go ahead and go with the COVID-19 updates. We did have a little bit of a peak there for a time. It's starting to go down again. We currently have 33 positive as of Tuesday, and there's the numbers by campus. And there's how we compare. So we're actually doing really well. I think the air cleaners that we do have, we're ensuring that those are all on as well. One of the things that we're really taking a hit on is influenza. We understand that it's a bad strain this year, and what the CDC does and the county health department is they look at Australia because they're one season ahead of us, and they're suffering these consequences. And as you can see, it's taken a toll on students and also our faculty as well. Our enrollment, we're about 141 students, 131 I think as of today, of reaching that 1,000 student threshold for that 5% pay raise and the health benefits. So if we can get 131 kids, I had committed to a 5% pay raise plus the medical, their medical portion would be paid for by the district. So we're almost there. We're getting there. So I look forward to that. ADA, we still need some work on our ADA. Again, the flu and COVID peaks have kind of hurt us a little bit, but I'm confident that we'll get there. These next slides are just our where we were the year previous. So I'd like to also go over the ESSER updates since we're not doing the, because we had the $22 million in ESSER allocation for HVAC, and I think we're going to go a different route with that. And so we do have available funding that I think we can maximize as an investment. And again, as I told the team today, you know, everything that we do cannot be looked at as a cost. We have to look at spending money as an investment. And it's going to take money to make money, and so we have to be able to invest wisely. So we want to be able to maximize our ESSER 2 and our ESSER 3. Again, so some of the recommendations, this is kind of where we're at, where we tweaked a little bit from, is if we took care of the second and fourth grade teachers. This year we also did the $5,000 recruiting and retention stipend for all full-time employees. And then for ESSER 3, again, we need to consider a recruiting and retention stipend. Our enrollment has increased, and we're going to have to look at retaining and recruiting many salaries or many positions that we're going to have to look at. Also, the classroom size reduction teachers, and then summer school for the next 2 years. And we think we can pretty much accommodate the $22 million that we'll have available to us. And then subject to your questions, Board President, the only thing I'd like to recommend is that we move item 9H to discussion and possible action before we go to the consent agenda.
On the consent agenda, H?
Yes, sir. And then subject to your questions, that concludes my superintendent's report.
Dr. Coronado, was I going to be able to add the item that I had sent you into your superintendent's report,
Yeah,
or was that somewhere else?
That was the ESSER.
Oh, okay,
or
specifically for the Reading Academies question that I had? Is
Right.
it?
We can discuss that as part of the ESSER as you want, because
Okay.
we have the stipend pieces in there.
Okay, so it would
It would be appropriate.
be something like, okay.
Yes, if you want to bring that up.
Okay. I don't know. And I haven't told the rest, I don't remember if I emailed the rest of the board or not. I was doing some research into the HB3, those reading academies that our teachers have to do. Texas requires kinder through third grade, I believe, to do the reading academies. I was going to ask though, are these done during school hours or on their own time after school?
So we're giving
Or
them.
is it mixed?
So we're actually giving them during the school day to finish. It's about 10 hours, I want to say. If roughly 10 hours to complete all 10 no, I'm sorry, it's 60 hours.
60
right?
hours.
It's 60 hours to complete 10 modules for
So
the reading
we're not
academies.
giving them 60 hours during school time to complete.
Yeah.
So they're doing it on their own time. I was doing some research and some school districts, many school districts they're giving stipends for the teachers who are completing these reading academies. I know a lot of our teachers, even who aren't kinder through third grade, other teachers outside of those grade levels are also taking part in these reading academies. And I believe, in my opinion, they should be compensated. It is a lot of time that they put outside of the classroom into these reading academies. So I brought that up to Dr. Coronado, and I'm hoping that we can possibly use some of these ESSER funds to compensate these teachers for the time outside that they spend in these reading academies. So,
And we'd really like to take care of a lot of compensation issues. And again, it's about an investment,
Right.
and that's what we want to be able to do. We think it's one of those, HB3 was a lot of unfunded mandates by the state. So while we can use ESSER 3 and ESSER 2, whatever's available, again, I think we can maximize that. We can look at that now.
okay, thank you, appreciate it.
And subject to your questions or any other comments, Board President, that concludes my superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Coronado. Which takes us to item 9, consent agenda. You've already pulled item H. Board trustees,
So move to approve the consent agenda?
has everyone had time to really look at these things? Or
Yes,
would
I
you like
want
to
you
give
to
more
pull
time?
some.
Oh, you wanted to put?
Yes.
Okay.
Jackie? You want-
I just had a question. I think it was item 9
God bless you.
V, there's so many. 9V, let me look for it now.
God bless you.
The one about CCMR.
Item B?
V like in.
Oh, V, as in
Victory.
victory?
9V, approval of budget amendments, 9V, and it was number
10?
10, about CCMR fund.
What letters? 9. What letters, Jackie?
Letter V,
Victor?
V, Victor, 10, 9V, 10. V, 10? It's just for a question.
Trevino?
V1
V1?
and S1, S2.
S1
Yeah.
and 2?
Yes.
Dr. Rodriguez?
I have none.
Mr. Los Santos?
Letter P.
Letter P. Mr. Gonzalez?
Mine was Victor 1,
Victor 1?
but Jesse already,
Okay.
just for clarification.
Okay. I have none, so we have a motion from Mr. Nieto to approve the consent agenda except
For V1, V9, S1, S2, and P.
Second.
second by Mr. Gonzalez. Do we have any more discussion? Not, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Ms. Staita?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we'll revisit the items, starting with item H, the approval of contract to rent the Bird Ogden Arena for school graduations in May 2022. Dr.
So that's,
Cornell?
But that was
that
moving, we're moving that to discussion.
To discussion and action.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. Discussion. Okay, then. Item P. Mr. Los Santos.
I just had a question on this item. I know it's over $500,000, and I was just curious, when you all select these type of resources, is, like, well, this is pretty much for the bilingual department, so is everyone involved as far as the choosing and the decision-making on those products?
Absolutely, and I want to give credit to Ms. Lisa Gomez and Ms. Moreno. They actually did a Google Sheet and put it out to all of the principals for them to have, and their teachers to actually have a say in this.
Oh, that's great.
So, yeah, we have the data to support it. So I want to say great job to Ms. Moreno and Ms. Gomez on this item.
No, I was just checking.
Okay.
For buying. That's good. That's it.
Okay.
Which was yours?
Okay, Costa Trevino, you have S 1 and 2?
I have a question here. Approval to reject proposals. And my question is, obviously I looked through the packet there. We're removing just because we had only one proposal come forth? Is that?
Yes, sir, and I think what, in my conversation with Mr. Sanchez today, and actually Mrs. Staita this afternoon as well, what I guess what we should have done was this: we were looking for a one-size-fits-all vendor, and we only got one proposal. So what we decided to do was reject the proposal, or recommend a rejection of the proposal, and then actually itemize an RFP to go out for, so that we can gather more vendors that are more specific to those items.
Okay. My only concern when we do this, to me, it sends a wrong message. It sends a wrong message out there again, because now we're going to reopen it. We had one company, because of how we worded it, it was incorrect, or now we want a one-size-fits-all type deal. Now we're going to reopen it while somebody took the time to fill out the packet and do all that. I'm a vendor as well, so I understand that situation. So according to what was written in here in the packet was we rejected it because there was only one. Now we want a one-size-fits-all.
No, the opposite. We don't want a one-size-fits-all.
Okay.
So in other words, if we're going to RFP for tires, then we'll issue an RFP for tires rather than a full-service company that can offer tires, oil changes, and whatnot. So we think we can get more vendors, actually.
Doing it one size.
That way.
Is the reasoning also because one vendor has to oversee too
That's
many
correct.
of our fleet, of too much of our
Right.
fleet?
And I think that was the rationale. Is that correct, Mr. Garza?
Okay.
When do we, because this is servicing our fleet, but I know that we've discussed that we have, I think it's the number of buses and white vehicles.
We have about 64 buses.
Yeah, it's about, and we only have one mechanic. So what if we started to build our actual maintenance department with mechanics? And is that like an option, or is it more expensive? I mean, I don't, I'm just curious, has anybody done like an analysis on that, saying, well, we picked up more internal mechanics, would maybe that lower our outside, contracting out, the cost of contracting out, servicing our fleet?
Good evening, Board President. We have done in the past, we've had where, in this, if I may say, this is for a white fleet that we're looking at, and not the buses. But we have had where Transportation Department has been servicing all the white fleet, and unfortunately, we've lost personnel and mechanics, and so we haven't been able to keep up with that. And so right now, we're looking to outsource the services. But we are also looking to hire the mechanics or the mechanic that we're missing to be able to do that in-house as well. So we're looking at both options. Right now, because of the need for that mechanic, we're having to get help and outsource the services.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I've been on the board for 2 years now, and I've only known of one mechanic there, or, I mean, no postings, no openings, or anything like that. So are we, in reality, moving towards that, or?
Yeah, so we're looking at it, again, because of the staffing and the TASB reports and so forth, we were looking at assessing the staffing within the department, but yeah, we're looking to get that mechanic back, yes.
Because I think it would be more feasible to have somebody on staff working on our buses instead of us sending them out even for oil changes and things like that.
Right, and again, we've done that before. So again, we're focusing here on the white fleet, and we've had that services provided by our transportation department, to a certain extent, within what they can do, which is routine maintenance, oil changes, belts and so forth. Something basic as a sensor that's within reach, from them to change out. Other than that, we have to go, if it's a specialty item, we have to go and outsource the services.
Because I know that like for like your white fleet, I mean, it's still high, the amount they charge per hour, those shops. And I know I've had service myself, and then on the commercial side, having a family that deals with commercial vehicles, they charge even more, like especially your diesel.
Right.
Per hour. So it just kind of shocks me that we have such a large department there, but one mechanic. And I know we've been saying it for like 2 years, saying, how is that possible? But I don't know if that's something that, like I said, if you do an analysis, is it feasible to be sending them out per hour? I don't really think so, because I know that they charge a lot per hour for vehicles when they service it.
They do. And
compared to we had a full-time person there.
if I may add, part of the reason, as Ms. Ustaita mentioned, part of the reason for the rejection is that having one vendor puts a strain into the department operations, because we do tend to go out in a mass inspection when it comes to the renewal of registrations and so forth, so we have to get those inspections done. And so we want to avoid the overload of work to one vendor and prevent the delays in the operations and having so many vehicles waiting for that service. So we like to have multiple vendors to be able to distribute the load of the work.
What about, is there an area of concern there, since we only have one person bidding for this instead of, I know previously, in previous years, we've had 3 or 4, 5 companies bidding for that, and now we only have one. So are we posting this in the right areas, or I find that alarming. And number 2 as well. Number 2, I don't know if it's a similar thing or not, but number 2, we had the Texas Chiller select, or whatever, I don't know if I can say the name or not, but we had them selected for it, but now we're going to close it and reopen it up. What's the reason behind that?
Sir, they wanted $851,000 for a $500,000 project. That's why we rejected it.
Are we not part of like a local co-op or something where we can go in with other districts, whoever they use? How does that work?
We don't have that in
We don't
place.
have that?
No, we don't have, well, we share services from vendors. but
Right.
We don't have that. We would essentially have to do some sort of interlocal agreement with the
Interlocal,
districts, right?
yes. I remember like 2 years ago when we first started, like I had asked, is that possible to do here so we don't, just the efficient, the time, so we get what we need quicker? Is that something that we can look into some kind of?
I've heard that that's been done, up north in other districts, so something we could look into and see if it's something that it benefits the district, right?
Yeah.
The other thing that, I'd like to, we just received $1.2 million to expand our welding and auto tech. And, what I'd like, I need to look at the legalities of it, but I think that if we expand our auto mechanics program, we could actually use our own students to service our own white fleet. And so, with a certified instructor there, and so I think we can also take advantage of the opportunities to service our white fleet, and also train our own students on becoming mechanics. So there's plenty of options out there for us. I think that the intent here was, what do we do in the interim? As we get our auto mechanics program off the ground, as we look for a mechanic to service our white fleet. And I think I think the idea is that to try to find a maintenance service that we can use in the interim while we start moving the district forward to explore other opportunities.
Can we also look into that, though? That just to see if, it works out for us or not?
Yes,
It might be
absolutely.
something that we can maybe try out and see.
We can research it,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Were these items posted on that Texas co-op or Texas buy board on the buy board?
Yes, so we go through the procedures for procurement, and we post this, it has to be advertised 2 consecutive weeks, and so we put on the paper the ads and so forth.
Okay.
So many times there's situations where vendors just don't have the time, or they miss it, and then they call us afterwards. In the case of the project for the aquatics, we had a vendor right the very day asking for an extension. We couldn't, it was a little late, because had already received bids. At least the bids had come in, which is only the one that we got.
Well,
So-
but that's the thing again. There's a timeline. That's why you put a timeline.
Correct.
And if you miss it, so well, then you reward the person that got it, that took the time to turn it in on time. So now we're gonna reopen it up. And what's to say that the same things aren't happening that were happening on the audit, where now we're reopening one of these items so that we can reward it to somebody else. This is what we open ourselves up for. That's why, it's concerning when we sit here and set timelines, and then we, like you just said, we reopen it up. So now what's to say that person's not gonna, I don't like the way that sounds or looks, or the perception on our proposal still. So that's my 2 cents on this. So do we vote on that one, or we move forward to the next one?
Go to the next one.
Once we finish, then
Once we
we'll
get
vote.
through all of them, yeah.
Right.
On the next one, I guess I'm next too, on the V1.
Yes, V1, Costa Rica.
V1, Weslaco East High School Band Local Fund to cover student entry fees and student staff meals. Obviously, I saw some things this past weekend. Is there an adequate budget for our band members? Why does it seem like they're having to ask for extra meals, or they're having to have kids bring meals and so forth? Do we not have enough funding for those things? I know the kids get out, or they wake up very early, or what have you. I know there's time limits. If they leave before 8, it used to be they get a meal, then lunch, and then dinner. Are we not doing that anymore?
Well, for this one budget amendment here, we're not giving them extra money, they're just moving their money from one fund
Yes, sir,
to
just
another
moving
one.
it.
And they could have budgeted different when they did the budget, they probably just didn't put enough. We do have additional money for fine arts, when they go to competitions outside the normal valley competition, they go to state, we have money set aside for that.
So they will have money
Yeah.
set aside for that. They will be given money for that.
Whenever they go out
That's a
of,
concern. That was something
yeah, when they
that
have
was-
competitions out of state for band, choir, anything related to fine arts, we did allocate an amount for that, including mariachi, for competitions that they have.
A lot of times, the principals allocate the money for those areas, but they meet with the band directors to see how much money they're gonna need that year. But sometimes, if you don't budget enough in that particular account, you do have to amend,
Yes.
So. you
Oh,
don't
I
need-
understand that,
The
man.
money's still there.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I just
Money's
want to
still
make sure that there's funds available.
Our band and our students will be well taken care of if they are competing.
Okay, I wanted to mention something because I was a little concerned about this also. So I reached out actually to Mr. Cuellar at Weslaco ISD because my kids are, they're musicians over there. And prices go up every year. The food has gone up. You go to Chick-fil-A, it costs double of what it cost last year. We get I guess they get per diem, or each kid costs this much, and it's just not enough. They're running low. They still have a lot more to go. I said, well, we'll find a way. I haven't spoken to Mr. Leal, but I don't know if he's in this. It's tough to keep up with all these costs. So I just wanted to make sure that there will be something in the bank for them whenever they need to go to the competitions and to the
Yeah, we
feeding
do.
the kids. Okay, that's
we-
reassuring.
And it is, for me, I know I just mentioned Weslaco East because that's what was on here, but I'm talking on behalf of both schools. I want to make sure both schools.
Yes, Mr. Fernandez provided us a budget that included all the aspects of the fine arts. Even elementary teachers got a budget, but usually the secondary, when they go out for competitions, because last year we had to give him extra money. We came to the board at one time to ask for more money. So we said, let's plan it better this time. So he talked to the band directors, the various fine arts
And the-
people in charge, and he provided a budget which was included.
Yeah.
We shared it with Dr. Coronado as well.
Andres, you know,
Yes, sir.
following what you guys are talking about, we always had a rule of thumb. Mr. Nieto, you know this, and Jesse, you were coaching, Andrew, that if a student, it doesn't matter what grade level, if they were gonna miss a meal, that we're gonna find a way to feed them, so they don't
Yes.
have to be, because a lot of times they don't eat, because they have to leave early, they go and then they're having to compete and they're hungry and you know, so we had a rule of thumb that if a student's gonna miss a meal, that we're gonna provide that for them. We also used to kind of encumber with different vendors, so much money that was allotted to those vendors so that you didn't have to go out and look for things because they were there readily for you. And you didn't have to go through an act of Congress to get our children fed, you know. So are we still doing that?
Yes, yeah, this purchase order done to various restaurants, yes, sir.
Andres, when was the last time we looked at the allotment per kid, per meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner? I know, when was the last time?
It's been a couple of years, at least, between 2 and 3 years, the last time that we made changes to it.
How long?
Within 2 and 3 years, I don't remember the exact time, yes.
And is that something that's regulated, or we can control that from the district
No,
level?
that's something that we did. We talked to fine arts and
Things have changed
athletics.
in 2 years.
Yes, they have.
Mr.
You know.
Fernandez,
Yes.
can you come
Sir?
up and speak?
Good evening, Dr. Coronado, Mr. Cuellar. I know you stepped out, esteemed members of the board. There's an archaic way that is being used to compute the amount of money that's allocated for each student. Currently, it's $450 per student.
Correct.
This is the same amount that I've been told that has been used for 5 to maybe even 10 years. So what we initially proposed was that we would set non-negotiables, and then on top of that, it would be supplemented by this $450 algorithm that would add additional funds so that we wouldn't be coming up here to make these amendments or asking for more funds throughout the competitive cycle. That was denied, and we were just given $450 flat. That's how it was approved. And I'm sorry to put that out there, but that's the truth. And so at this point, we're here. This is where we're at, and we're fighting a struggle that is not new. It's something that has been brought to my attention and something that our band directors are constantly having to negotiate, whether it's supplementing the funds through using their booster clubs or other donors that are coming in and providing that time and service for our students. They're getting it done, but it's not being met at the initial proposal like it was when it was presented to the business office back in March and April of last fiscal year. So what we're seeing are the ramifications of us not adjusting the $450 in order to better serve not only band, but mariachi and orchestra and all of our other fine arts departments while we're at it. So it's a huge discrepancy that is coming from poor planning and poor execution, but not from the fine arts standpoint. I just needed to put that out there.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You know, to continue is that, especially within that department, those competitions, those kids are there hours and
You know-
hours. And I know we have to accommodate.
I
because
mentioned
prices
earlier
have
that
changed in
Mr.
just 2
Fernandez
years.
gave us an amount in the emergency budget, and it's allocated in the health department number. It's not allocated to schools, it's at the health department, so we could control it. We said it, and he brought up just what he said. Mr. Sanchez, we don't have enough money, so he gave us an amount and we added to the budget. I don't know why he said it's not there. We added it to the budget, and it's allocated in the health department number. So we can control it whenever the competitions happen, so we can do it. It's 41,000, something like that.
That's a contingency fund, and that is what, to speak to what
No, that-
Mr. Andres
that-
was
that's-
saying,
that's what I
that's
said.
there so that if our students need to advance, we don't have to keep negotiating for those funds. But what we're talking about, non-negotiables, are the meals, the transportation, and the competition fees that happen
every single year at the same time, whether it's UIL, whether it's TMEA, or any of the other competitive circuits that we're engaged in. Those are the non-negotiables that I'm speaking to on behalf of all of our departments. So what we're trying to do is set that as the bare minimum, and then take the algorithm of $450 per student and supplement that in order to be able to provide a much healthier budget to navigate not only through the first semester, but also the second semester of the competitive cycle. That was the initial proposal. That's where we want to be, and that's where we can be to get back to healthy, so that we don't have to be making these amendments and trying to find ways to rob Peter to pay Paul.
Yes.
Doctor, can we take a look at that and make sure we make whatever necessary adjustments?
I know that, I think one of the challenges that we've had was, again, prior years with COVID, we rolled over a budget with diminishing numbers.
Right.
So what ended up happening this year was an increase in significant numbers in fine arts. And so what we need to be able to do is offset the difference. So I mean, I think it's minor, but we clearly have the funding. The last thing that, it bothers me when I hear that we don't have the money, or we have nearly a $200 million budget. Okay, we have the money. We have to look at this as an investment, not as a cost. So, and having the money, it's got to go somewhere. So we have to ask ourselves, we always have to ask ourselves, right? Where's the balance, or where's the line at salaries versus student expenditures, right? And student investments. That's where there's always a balance. Right? We can take away from salaries and we can explode on fine arts and athletics and everything else, but then we're going to have the teachers up here saying there's no money, right? So we increase the salaries, or where's the money going to come from, right? So it's a delicate approach that we have to take, right, when it comes to managing extracurricular activities, right? But we have the money, right? And it bothers me when people say we don't have the money. We do have the money, but we do budget amendments because we have the money. Right? And because things shifted, and that's the reason for the budget amendment. But at least we have the money. So again, we had the money to invest in school supplies so that kids can just come to school. Right? We have the money to give everybody a $5,000 stipend this year, all full-time employees. We have the money for next year's stipend. I mean, so we just, if in full disclosure and transparency, right? People that say that we don't have the money don't know the budget, right? Who's asking for stuff, and when have we said no? I would ask the principals, when have we said no to something? So I just want us to exercise some caution when we hear people talk about there's no money. There is money, right? We just want to be able to be prudent with taxpayer dollars. That's all we're trying to do, right, is justify. When I got here, I said, let's plan the budget for every student activity going to state. That's what you plan for, right? You budget for every organization going to state. And the way it looks like, our band is going to state, right? And so I get it. So we've planned for it, right? Do we need to do a budget amendment every now and then? Of course we do. Right? Because the inflation is going up, expenditures go up, meals. I went to Chick-fil-A today, and for $10, I barely got a meal, right? So I get it, right? But we need to hold back the rhetoric about saying that there's no money.
But I don't think anybody said there's no money. We're just saying that the allotment for that needs to be.
This is what bothers me, Dr. Coronado, because when you first got here and we all met with you, we told you what our top priorities were. You know what one of my top priorities was, and it was
language, fine arts.
Fine arts. I said, give them more money. They need more money. They need more money. That was one of my top priorities. And I trusted that it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And thankfully, I am very appreciative that some they've gotten more than past years. But then when I hear we did request more, but business office denied it. That's what bothers me so much, because I know that they're in need. So why would it stop there and not come to us? It didn't come to us. so we could approve whatever you guys requested. It didn't get up here.
Well,
It
one of-
stopped somewhere
It's
else.
got to come to me, and I didn't know it was denied, so.
And that's true, that's a true
But
statement.
one of the-
It was
one of
prior
the-
to Dr. Coronado's arrival where we had that conversation. That is accurate, but there are conversations that we had about this very issue. So to your point, sir, it was prior to your arrival, and we have been given all of the contingency plans for every single event to attend state. That was delivered and that is there. So to that point, yes, that is accurate.
One of the things I wanted to comment is that you got here in April, right? And one of the discussions, we also met, we had a lengthy talk that first time we met, and one of my main priorities was, because I'm always focused about students, but we have to face reality. Without funding, you can't service students. You can't have high-quality employees, you can't have high-quality instructional materials. So you have to have your funding in place in order to operate and be effective, and that's one of the discussions we had. And that's one of the things you have to be transparent, is that for a long time, the budget wasn't broken down and encumbered in different areas. There was so many transfers that we were doing over the past few years, and that's something that you identified. You said money isn't being put into certain places that are already put into certain departments. You said it yourself. You know when your competitions are every single year. You know how many more or less students that you're servicing. All that money needs to be broken up and already assigned, and you can't be shooting from the hip and just pulling out as needed and moving and transferring all the time. And that's what we were doing. We had pages and pages of transfers over time. I knew that we had issues in our budget department, even though everybody said we didn't, because we have the nice first rating report that always comes out. Kudos to that. But the fact was things weren't broken down and encumbered in different areas over the years. And that's why you saw pages and pages of transfers. I still have all those copies. I didn't know we could turn them in and they'd get destroyed for us, but they're sitting in my office. But they're there. And it's true. It's one of the things you brought up yourself. You said you all are doing too many transfers because your budget isn't broken down properly and assigned properly. So you're right, there's a lot of different departments, there's a lot of different fine arts, athletics, et cetera. They all already know their schedules, they know their games, they know their kids. So I think it's a work in progress. That's what I'm trying to say, is we're getting there, but it's good that people are vocal and are bringing up what needs that they have. And I think everybody should do that.
8 weeks in, we've only been in school 8 weeks, and we already have to do an amendment, so that's, that's along the side from what you're saying.
Well, one of the things, sir, is and you're right, and every Tuesday, or when we'll start on tomorrow's, we'll work on November's agenda starting tomorrow, right? So when we have our cabinet meetings, we actually go through this. I know it's painful for them because I sit there and I said, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this budget amendment? I know they're tired of hearing me ask why, but typically your budget cycle starts in January. Well, I didn't get here till April, and so when we bring in folks in April, we have to really analyze our budget based on a lot of data, and so I think we do too many budget amendments, and so I think what there's been a practice of just rolling over the budget, right, and then we'll just fix it in other words, we'll fix it in the air, we'll fix it in, we'll build the airplane in the air while we're flying it, and we'll just do a budget amendment. We need to stop that, right? It's a bad practice. Right. So when we start the budget, process in January, a lot of this stuff, you won't see this next year, right? It's just a matter of moving the money right now from one function to the next, which is why it requires board approval. But we'll get there. And now that when we have the data that we need, so when we start building the budget in January, we'll get ahead of it, and we really will. And I know we will.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andres,
Thank
I
you.
had a question, Coach Webb.
Yes, sir.
Andres, what are the entry fees that we're covering?
What are they?
the entry fees?
Oh, for the band?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Because I had requested V1 as well.
Entry fees, sir.
Mr. Fernandez, on the entry fees, what's it for? Which entry? Is it throughout
These
the year?
entry fees are upcoming, are for TMEA Orchestra. They also have 2 football games left. And what was the other area? Area G,
Okay.
which is this Saturday.
Yeah, that's okay. And then, Andres, I know you mentioned 2 to 3 years. Are we still at $7 per student per meal?
7 and 8. And when they go to higher up, we're going up to $10.
So right now it's 7 and 8? I know that our vendors that we use kind of crunch their numbers to try to get to the 7 and 8, but moving forward, I mean, yeah, $10 doesn't buy you a meal now.
Yeah.
We'll work on that.
And so, I mean, yes, we're putting constraints on our student athletes, but also on the vendors as well, trying to meet, and maybe that's why we don't get so many bids or whatnot, because it's a small amount.
Let me look at, Andres, you can shoot me later, right? Let me look at $12 a meal right now, okay?
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
moving forward, just,
Now,
it
is that
just,
breakfast, doctor, or lunch, or?
Per meal?
Breakfast, lunch, or dinner?
So,
just so that, you know, in planning ahead.
So right now, it's 7, 8, and 10, Andres?
That's
7, 8, and 10?
pretty much across, yeah, the same.
Yeah.
And I know a couple of years ago when he mentioned it was 5 and 7
lower, right.
and 8, I believe. But now, like you all mentioned, with inflation and the cost, it should be now like some of the school districts, 8, 10, and 12. 8 breakfast, 10 lunch, and 12 dinner. But
Depending
again,
on the meals
we'll have
that
to
they
look,
miss.
Dr. Dino will look at that.
yeah.
Research.
I
Yeah, we're
Thank
talking
you.
student meal, but
I'd rather do 12 for every meal,
Oh,
so,
it's even better.
you know, but we'll talk. We'll bring the budget amendment next month.
Well, I just want to say, they don't need kids' meals, you know, these are adults, they're, you know, young adults.
Listen
Yeah,
to
they
this.
need
Oh, yeah, yes, sir.
decent
Hey,
meal.
wait a minute, you know, remember, I did this for a lifetime.
Right.
And we had to work with that budget. Now, very generous, $12. That doesn't mean you have to use $12 every meal.
Correct.
No.
So what happens is by being, you know, a little prudent and not overdoing it with every time you go and eat, you work your budget so that when you get to the playoffs and you start going to San Antonio and wherever you're going to go, now you can spend a little more because that money is already there and we don't have to be looking for anything. Now you can go get your chicken fried steaks or whatever you're going to get, you know, because that's something our kids always look forward to. So anyways, that's just food for thought. So we'll take the 12, but we'll use it wisely so that we have enough when we get to the next level. Because right now, things are looking very good. We got all the cross-country teams advancing. We got a couple of football teams right now that are looking at going to the playoffs, and it's just going to continue to get better and better. Our bands, you know, I mean, it's great. Weslaco's moving in a great direction, and we want to make sure we take care of all our kids as we go through this process. So here we go.
And I think as a board, we know that, you know, speaking for all of us here, we're going to support, you know, whatever we need for our students, whatever they need when they're advancing. So let us know. Let us know.
we'll work with that.
We'll work with it. And I remind the staff often, because they ask me, how do you just sit up there sometimes and just take it? And I remind myself every day when I wake up, 1.7 million people don't have access to a toilet. 8 million people don't have access to safe water, and 9 million children in the United States don't know where their next meal is coming from. As soon as I think about those three things, I don't have an issue, okay? So let's work on the $12 per meal and let's move forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Well, unless mine's coming up and it's about,
Okay, Jackie, now we have
Yes.
B.
B10. Yes, and this was just for clarification, because I'm not a very financially savvy with vocabulary. The item says Director of Student Support Services, CCMR Fund to record budget for roll forward. Does that mean that there was money left over and you're rolling it forward, or what does that mean? I wasn't sure.
This is money from last year's allotment that didn't get spent. So we roll it forward and add it to the current year budget. That is what this is. And we wait till, when we're almost done with that audit, to know the amount that was left that was not spent. Because we're supposed to spend a certain amount from the state funds, and this is what that is for this fund.
Okay, because now that Ms. Garza brought up the point about, you know, the funds and there's no money for meals or anything, I want to make sure that also in your budget, you have enough for what you need. So is this part of, how are we not using money that's there?
Good evening, Board President and members of the Board, Dr. Coronado. So this, that item that you're talking about, Mrs. Sustaida, is CCMR. So it's there's a document that we have to follow, and it's mainly for preparing the students for college, career, and military readiness. I can't use it, for example, for events like Red Ribbon Week or Anti-Bullying Week or SEL Expo. So they have specified on there what it's for specifically. So I can't even use it to for a salary for a CCMR specialist. So it's very detailed. I can't even purchase food to when the kids are going on Saturday for to prepare for the ACT. So it's on there, and also the CCMR outcome bonus. Actually, the state rewards the districts who actually prepare our students for college, career, and military readiness, right? So if our students actually, there are indicators for CCMR accountability purposes at the high school level, so that's separate, and we also have indicators for in order for us to earn the CCMR outcome bonus, and it boils down to TSI. That's what it is. So, so the roll forward, so we do have money, but it's specified. So last year we had 2,000, and then we got more money because it's a reward for school districts for preparing our students for the CCMR. So we have more money to spend, and it's allotted for the middle schools and of course our 4 high schools.
And
so
do you
we
see
will
us-
spend them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you see us spending it then and not real, okay.
Yes,
That was my
the
question.
The monies are already allotted. The campuses have the monies.
Okay, that's good to know, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
I move to approve the consent agenda, letters P, S1, S2, V1, V10.
okay, motion by Mr. Gonzalez to approve those items,
Second.
and a second by Mr. Nieto. Do we need any further discussion? If not, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Ms. Staita?
Aye.
Costa Trevino?
I don't know how, I'm gonna approve them all except the one on the rejecting the proposals. What number was that?
Yes.
S1 and 2.
Yeah, so I accept the other ones, except that one.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We now go to item 10, discussion items. A, interim financial report for the 3 months ended September 30, 2022. Dr. Guardado.
Board President and members of the board, subject to your questions, these are just the interim financial report. Again, financially, we're doing very well.
Okay. Item B, acknowledgement of Hidalgo County Tax Collection Report for September 2022, current taxes and delinquent taxes. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, again, just a report from the county tax office, which states our current taxes and delinquent taxes. It's just for your information.
Any questions? Okay. Item C, annual announcement of board training credit. Dr. Coronel.
Board President, I believe that, did Rosemary give you the sheet of the announcement of all the board training credit? I believe all of you have received a copy of this for training credit. Again, I know some of you will complete it by the end of the month, but other than that, most of you have completed the required number of hours.
Thank you. And everybody is aware of where we're at, right? Okay. Thank you. Item D, presentation of preliminary draft tax rate impact, TRI, analysis and preliminary analysis of 2 refunding scenarios. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, I would like to bring up Mr. Robert Tijerina. He is our financial advisor, and he will have the presentation at your request. to look at some of the scenarios for our tax rate for next year.
Good evening, Dr. Coronado, members of the board. Again, for the record, Robert Tijerina with Tijerina, Galvano, and Lawrence. We are the school district's financial advisor. And before I start in the presentation, I just want to thank the members of the board for the opportunity. I'm humbled and grateful for this opportunity to represent the school district as your financial advisor, and we truly appreciate it, and I thank you all. And if I can have you. Again, the presentation we have here is just scenarios, preliminary hypothetical scenarios here in the future. First opportunity would be sometime next May 2023, followed by an opportunity in November 2023, and this could be what I'm talking about, a refunding, moving debt over from the maintenance and operation tax rate side over to your INS interest and sinking fund side. The next opportunity would be May 23 to call bond election, November 23, or May of 24. Those are the three first opportunities provided for the school district. Now, on page 3, before I go into what's on the screen, I just kind of want to share some information on page 3 that on the handout. Some of my colleagues on page 3, our office locations are on page 4, and on page 5, just services that we provide our clients as a municipal advisor. And on page 6, some of our school districts, or actually all 35 of our school districts that we represent in the state of Texas, up north, down to the border, and down here in the valley. Now, if we get to this page 105, and it's actually page 8 on the presentation that I handed out. Now, Mr. Sanchez wanted me to kind of talk about, and so did Dr. Coronado, the tax rate, the TRE that happened several years ago where you moved and lowered your INS tax rate and moved it over to the M&O side. And that TRE, a lot of school districts did that in the state of Texas, and it allowed them to lower the INS side, increase the M&O. Well, the state, TEA, and legislators over the years that passed, they were trying or came up with a solution to how do we close that? How do we stop that from happening? And now having school districts levy an INS tax rate to pay for the debt instead of using money coming in from the M&O and transferring over to pay for the INS. So in the last few years, I believe it might have been 2019, the legislators decided, to pass law and either amend the tax code, education code, that now says levy the appropriate INS tax rate that you need in order to pay for the debt that you have on the books. And when we say debt on the interest and sinking fund tax rate side, that's voter-approved debt. So whenever you go out for bond elections, voters say yes, the debt is issued by the district. That's the interest and sinking fund tax rate side. Now, what we're proposing here, before we get into the first bond election scenario, on page 8, we have the property values, and this information was provided by Mr. Sanchez on row C, column 4, row 4, column C, 94.5 million. That is the collection rate, current collection. Taxes coming in October the 1st all the way through the end of January, around almost 95%. Property values on column B, row 9, 2.8 billion. Column G, row 9, $962,525. That's the estimated state aid projected for this fiscal year. And that's around 26% state aid. And I'll touch on that, on why it's at 26 as opposed to column R, right around the mid-40s. On column I, row 9, $1,699,000. It's a negative amount. That is being contributed by the district from your INS reserve fund balance. That is not a tax rate being levied on the community to generate income, come in to pay for the debt.
That is over the years, you build up a reserve. A lot of school districts, a lot of issuers in Texas have excess collections build up in a reserve, and they could use that towards debt payments on the INS side. Now, on column J, row 9, $1,039,000, that's what the INS tax rate should be bringing in, and that's, again, column J, row 9, $1,039,165, at a tax rate levy of 3.6 pennies. It's going to be a little short, again, depending on what the percentage collection comes in. The 3.6 pennies, if you see an arrow going up to column J, row 2, that 3.6 pennies is actually going to generate around $970,000. So it's going to be short about $69,000. But talking to Mr. Sanchez, there's probably about a couple $100,000 remaining in your INS reserve account that if you do fall short, you'll be able to pick it up from there in order to make your debt payment. Now, if you go to column K, row 9, and I apologize, this is a lot of information to share and it's kind of getting detailed, but again, just to show on this page a snapshot of where the school district's at. The 3.6 pennies, again, is going to generate almost $1 million. If you were to say, let's not transfer money from the INS side, or if we don't have money build up in order to make that transfer on column I, row 9 of $1.7 million, what would the INS tax rate be to support the debt on its own? Your INS tax rate would be 10.16 cents and not 3.6 pennies. But the reason it's closer to that 3.6 is because you have that extra $1.7 million. And again, what happened over the last few years, that swap, lowering the INS and raising the M&O, brings it down. Now you're saying we can't do that anymore. The state of Texas is saying school districts can't do that. They amended the tax code, education code, to say you guys cannot do that anymore. And again, there's districts all over the state of Texas that have stopped that. So you want to gradually, or you want to get and let the INS tax rate support the debt that the voters approve and let it be what it needs to be. That would be the recommendation. So again, if that $1.7 million wasn't there, your INS tax rate would be closer to 10 cents. Based on that 94.5% collection on row 4, column C, and the $2.8 billion property values. And again, if you notice on column R, row 9, 48% state aid. That's the state aid that the district would have gotten if you had set the tax rate at the full rate, having it support the debt payment on your own. We're looking at closer to 48% state aid. So that means for every dollar of debt that you get into, the state's going to kick in 48 cents. Mm-hmm. Over the years, everybody along the border, the valley, South Texas, up to all the way to El Paso, everybody has gotten wealthier in the eyes of the state because property values have gone up. They've gone up here probably a lot faster than anywhere else, but what also has helped the school district, your average daily attendance. Student enrollment has also increased. And I think I heard earlier in the meeting that it increased this fiscal year, this school year, so that's a plus. So we show on column P 15,700 kids, average daily attendance, and we kept it flat. And that was provided by Mr. Sanchez. So if your property values, if you notice on column B, row 9, property values 2.8 billion, 1 cent levy. For every penny you levy, it's going to generate $269,000 for this current fiscal year. Next fiscal year, there's a 5% increase, and the 5% increase for next fiscal year and the following fiscal year are provided by Mr. Sanchez from the appraisal district. So you have 2 years in a row, potential 5% increase. So next year, it's going to go up from $269,000 to $283,000 for 1 penny levied, and then followed by $297,000 for fiscal year ending 2025. Then we show no growth afterwards, but we know that there'll be valuation growth here in this community. So we capped out at about $3,141,000,000, and that's on column B. Now, Your debt on column D, that is your principal and interest payments on debt that the voters approved over the years. When they've gone out on a bond election, they said, yes, you've issued the debt. So that debt on column D, roughly 3.7 million, going all the way down to 3.1 to 1.6, down to 2038. All your INS debt, interest and sinking fund debt, totaling 48.7 million. And again, that INS debt consists of 4 outstanding refundings. The board has done a great job over the years of refunding, refinancing your debt given the opportunity. Interest rates are down, your debt has a higher interest rate. You want to go ahead and refinance it like we would a mortgage. Refinance it, save some money, and the district has, over the last few years, you did a taxable refunding earlier this year of 11.8 million. A taxable refunding, meaning the rate was slightly higher than a tax-exempt financing. And we'll touch on that in the next page, but you have 36.3 million of principal and a total of 48.7 outstanding together. So again, looking into next fiscal year, here's what's going to be key. And if you notice, I said earlier, if there was no money to help make that debt payment, the tax rate should have been 10.1 pennies. Next fiscal year, notice on column L, row 10. Column L, row 10, the tax rate jumps 3.6 pennies. And we haven't issued any bonds. We haven't gotten into debt. We're not looking at doing anything other than leaving this snapshot the same. What happens to property values on existing debt? State aid kicks in, so your tax rate goes from 3.6 pennies to 7.28 cents. And you're saying on this scenario, we're assuming INS tax rate is going to pay for the debt by itself with state assistance of about 45% on column R. And again, there's a lot of school districts in the valley that receive that 40 to 50% state aid. Some districts in the valley don't receive anything because they're considered property wealthy. So again, next year, without doing anything, the tax rate could go up 3.68 cents because you no longer have a reserve on your INS account. According to Mr. Sanchez, you've now dwindled it from about 1.9 million. You're going to use about 1.7 this year, so it's not going to leave you much for next year to make up any kind of shortfall.
So you're saying we're going to have to raise taxes in
Yes,
summer?
ma'am. If the values on column B remain the same, you're saying our debt, your INS tax rate debt that the voters approved on column D, if it's supported by the INS tax rate, you're going to increase about 3.6 pennies.
I have a question. You saying
Yes,
that the voters approved the debt, so the debt that's stuck in M&O, that's approved by the voters?
No, that's entirely different.
What
The
is that
debt
then?
on
Can you define
column
that?
D.
Can you go
Yeah.
into detail into that debt?
Yes, sir.
That's
And
stuck in M&O?
that will be on the next page, and there's a difference, absolutely. Mr. De Los Santos is correct, there's a difference. The debt on column D is what the voters approved. You go out there, you call a bond election, voters say yes or no, and the voters approved the bonds.
When was the last time that the city approved a bond?
2008.
2008, so it's been...
In 2016, I think is when they
14
went out for a
years.
bond.
And
they
we
got
still
20
have a debt
2012 and
of
2016.
3.7 million, right?
That is principal. Those are like these are annual payments towards the debt. So
Okay.
within the last 22 years, you've had a bond election about $73 million. The last one, Dr.
73
Coronado,
million?
about 2008 was the last one.
Yeah, that was
you had.
$25 million in
Yes,
2008.
that was the last voter bond
25
election.
million. So we've paid down
So
about...
how much have we been paying on
3
the debt stuck in M&O?
Okay, perfect. If we can now get to the next page, page 205. That's a great question for the next few pages on. So the M&O debt, every
What
school
page was
district
that again?
yes, sir.
What
Oh,
page?
page 205, so it will be page 9 on the handout, sir. I apologize. Page 9 on the handout. So I hear student investment. We talk about, and hearing it from Dr. Coronado, and I'm passionate from a gentleman in the audience about fine arts and, what can we do to put more money in for the kids. So the maintenance and operation, the M&O tax rate, every school district in Texas can use a financing instrument and issue debt from the maintenance and operation tax rate side, the M&O. It does not require voter approval. I have clients that do that, and there's reasons why. And some of the reasons could be, we needed this project done like 3 months ago. We cannot wait to call a bond election. We need to issue the debt now. And the way you issue maintenance tax notes, it takes from day one to the day you get your money as quick as 60 days.
But when you do a maintenance tax note, you don't get state aid, do you?
Absolutely not.
If you were to do it the right way under INS, you would.
You would. And here's what we're proposing. So the M&O debt, you've issued 4 financings that you have outstanding. So you have 4 financings that is being paid by the M&O tax rate that did not require voter approval. And we have clients that do that. There's probably several clients in the valley that have done that before, and that's an option. And another reason why school districts, we have clients that say, and we need the funds to do the projects, HVAC, roof repairs, surfacing parking lots, buses, whatever it is, maintenance tax notes, M&O debt, can only be used to renovate, replace existing facilities. Can't build new construction. You couldn't add a foot of slab to an existing building or add another story to an existing building. You just can only renovate and replace it.
Or build a new building.
Sir?
Or build a new building?
Or build it, you can't do that. You can't do that with maintenance tax notes. So how do we move the debt over from the M&O tax rate and move it over to INS? It isn't that simple. You can't just have board approval say, let's take this $30-some million worth of debt on the M&O side and move it over to the INS. And as Mr. De Los Santos said, now we get state aid. We can't do that. It requires voter approval. And I just had one with a client that we did a bond election that we moved over 4 outstanding M&O financings. And why did they issue 4 over the last several years? They needed the project, the funds 3, 4, 6 months ago. They felt the pulse of the community wouldn't pass the bond election. So again, they're all renovations. So whatever the reason is, they used a legal instrument, issuing maintenance tax notes, issued it on the M&O side. But what happens, and you see this here with a lot of school districts, what happens when you issue debt that way on the M&O side? It takes away funds from maintenance and operation expenses, student reinvestment, takes away from the M&O side. And as Mr. De Los Santos said, it's dollar for dollar. There is no state aid on the M&O side. So penny per penny is being funded from the M&O. So to get to page 9, if you notice, a lot of the information has pretty much stayed the same, but column E and column H is going to be different. Column E is saying the first bond election scenario, how could we move that M&O debt? When would be the first opportunity? And this is just a scenario, hypothetical. What would be the first opportunity to call a bond election to move the debt from the M&O to the INS? It would be next May, 2023.
Can I pause you there?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
what you're saying is that we're asking our community to pay more on something that's already been done, not something they're going to get, but something that has already been done in the past.
Refinancing, yes, ma'am. You're asking if here's what's different, is that you get state aid. There's some school districts that are considered wealthy in the eyes of the state and get nothing.
But the reality is that we're in a position where we have to raise taxes. It's not like we have to ask because of past actions, okay, of individuals in the board at the time, and also from the business office and the way money was managed. We're in a situation where we have to make some type of move. If the community doesn't pass the bond election at the minimal rate just to cover the debt, in other words, you're gonna raise their taxes. And this is why I asked for this item, because like I said, it wasn't going to be put on the agenda, and it wasn't going to be discussed. I personally asked for this item because I said, this is our last meeting, and we're all here, well, at least the original individuals that were there when this was done, and now us as new board members, I don't want to get left holding the bag, and I want to be transparent. The administration didn't want to put it on the agenda, but I asked for it. Because the reality is that the community needs to understand that they're in a position where they're going to raise taxes on money that was spent back in 2018 and 2019. Over $30-something million. And that's the reality. And I just want that to be very clear.
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
It
Mr.
wasn't
Dos Santos.
voter-approved debt. Like, they hear terms like that and they think, oh, well, we approved that sometime. This money and this 3.6 cents that possibly has to go up at the minimum is of monies that the board at the time decided to bypass. They didn't get the bond election, and they took $16 million out of the general fund, and they used $17 million on a mechanics tax lien, and they still went forward with construction. Now that money that's stuck in M&O is costing our district millions of dollars per year and taking away from things from operations, which is staffing, facilities, students. And now we're in a position where we got to move it somehow, because we can't transfer anymore. Because I asked Mr. Andres when I first got in, that was the first thing we talked about in December 2020, that was wrong, that something was wrong there. And now here we are in 22. And I know you stated that multiple districts have done that. Yes, you're right. They did do a TRE and they did levy taxes to M&O so that they could generate more funds from the state, because at the time the state offered that small incentive. But what happened here in WISD is that it stayed that way for far too long, because we were the only district at a time that for a few years had it at zero. And for whatever reason, I never got the answer from Mr. Andres, was why didn't you revert back to the way you were supposed to and move funds back into INS? You know, do another TRE, keep the tax rate the same, move things back, keep your M&O. But that has nothing to do with you, but there was something that happened in the district, and I think it was overstaffed that prevented them to move pennies out. And I just wanted to be very clear, because here in Weslaco, they expect us to manage their finances properly. They do not like to increase taxes, and they do not like us to go out for a bond, especially when there's nothing to just show for it.
Right.
I just wanted to be very clear with that, sir, because I know that you've said voter approved, and this debt we're talking about is not voter approved.
The maintenance tax note, not voter approved, and absolutely the board members have and staff a fiduciary responsibility towards the taxpayers. The tough part always is making the decision when it's time to do a project, which avenue and path do you go? Do you go voter approval bond election, or do you go, depending on the project's maintenance tax notes? So moving the M&O debt over to the INS side, there would be nothing to show for as far as brick and mortar or turf replacement, whatever it is, band instruments. You wouldn't show anything other than we're refinancing the debt. But the difference is, if we were to call a bond election, if the district were to call a bond election for May of 2023, and the bond election passes, you have your principal and interest payments on column E, beginning on row 10 all the way down to 2037. That is going to be your principal and interest payments. Per year, you have 2 semi-annual bond payments, and that's standard in the industry. 2 semi-annual bond payments. Those are your principal and interest payments per year. The difference is, instead of dollar for dollar, now you qualify the debt to receive existing debt allotment, not IFA, instructional facilities allotment. Moving debt over from the M&O to the INS, it doesn't matter what the projects did, but the TEA's rule is it's existing debt, and you have to wait to qualify to get state assistance because it's not instructional. So what we did is call a bond election May of 2023. Bond election passes. We sell the bonds in fiscal or sometime next summer, August. We make a qualifying payment, interest payment, small interest payment, and you can find this on column E, row 3. You have to make a payment on or before August 31st, 2023. We scheduled a small interest payment that automatically qualifies the district. It doesn't matter how much it is, but it qualifies the district to receive existing debt allotment. $19,505, column E, row 3. The difference is between this scenario and the other ones, if you notice on column L, the tax rate goes up from 3.6 pennies to it goes up 9.64 cents for a total tax rate of 13.24 cents. But keep in mind, the net increase is 5.96 cents, so 6 pennies. Because remember, before we issue any debt, you're going to have that increase of 3.68 cents. So it's a net increase, and this is on column L, row 10. Your tax rate goes from 3.6 to 13.24. It's an increase of 9.64 cents. The bond election, moving the M&O debt to the INS side,
pretty much a net increase of 6 pennies. And this is going to require a tax rate increase if your property values come in at $2.9 billion that we have projected based on the assumptions provided. Column B, row 24, a 5% increase. So based on the EDA rules, existing debt allotment, you have to support the debt 2 years on your own. And so we're making the payments as slim as possible. So if you notice on column E, row 10 and 11, it's 1.6 million for 2 years, and then we ramp it up. Why do we ramp it up the third year? If you notice on column H, we have a negative amount. On column H, row 12 of $1,333,485. That is the state kicking in their portion of roughly 43% of state aid. So they're kicking in. While you're making the payment, they're going to start kicking in, but you have to wait 2 years to receive that state aid. So 2 years on your own, and then the third year is when EDA kicks in. So it kicks in for the life of the bonds as long as you show a percentage of state aid. We all know the values fluctuate every year. ADA fluctuates every year. Whether it increases, you hope that your property values and your ADA increase together, that you never see the values going up and then your ADA starts dropping. All of a sudden you become wealthy in the eyes of the state, and then that means you get less state assistance. So they're going hand in hand. You're holding steady at that 40% state aid. So again, you get EDA beginning in fiscal year 26. So fiscal year 24, 25, you're supporting the debt on your own. But the dialogue, and again, this is all hypothetical. I hope nobody's saying this guy's trying to push us to call a bond election. It's all scenarios. I applaud your staff for saying, bring this to the board. Let's just talk about it. So again, it's calling a bond election. The dialogue will be when you call it. Just say you call it sometime around early February. You call a bond election for May of 2023. The first thing they're going to ask, how much is going to cost us in the form of a tax rate? So we got to say your tax rate's going to go from 3.6 to roughly 13.2. It's a net increase of roughly 6 pennies.
Mr. Tijerina,
Yes, ma'am.
if you can answer, this is my $3 million question. We just lowered the tax rate. Was that a wise decision if we know we have to raise it anyway?
Depending on the debt, and I don't know exactly, I think you had 4 cents the prior fiscal year, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Yes.
4 cents. And you lowered it down to 3.6 pennies. So that's probably about $80-some thousand. You could have kept it there, probably would have been best. You probably could have adjusted maybe the current collections a little bit in order to have it at the 4 cents. But again, anything more, and Mr. Sanchez has a point, now this new rule is like, hey, if you have a lot of money built up, they want you to use it on the INS side. So the reason that you have that money built up, the state is saying, the reason that you had $962,000 of state aid this year, the state is saying, look, you didn't maximize your local effort. Your tax rate this year should have been 10 pennies instead of the 3.6 or 4 cents. Either way, they're saying, and they see this, as soon as you plug it in, they see it with every school district. They're not going to pick on anybody, but they see everything.
And that's the problem, and that's why I wanted transparency, because I know it's an election year, and people take extraordinary steps to create a false impression of the state of the district. But the fact is, he even posted it in public, that our tax rate was supposed to be on that disclaimer, on the one that goes into the paper. It says in there that our INS was supposed to be around 10 to 11%, but yet it was being dropped. And that's why I asked for this meeting, because we told the community, and we did a whole, dog and pony show, that we lower taxes, when the reality is taxes are going to go up in next year in 23, and it's because of past actions that are costing us millions. You said it yourself, it's stuck in M&O, and we're missing out on state aid. If we had state aid on that monthly bond payment, how much would that be? Projected, we'd be looking at 40-something%.
40-something.
But right now, we're footing the bill ourselves 100%. That's money coming away from students, from staff, from taxpayers, because they stuck it into M&O. And now we're going to have to move it into INS, right, and foot the bill for 2 years and pay that on our own as well, too. And we're not paying it. it's taxpayers.
If it passes the.
And well, no, that's
right?
if they even pass to increase their tax rate for nothing, because the previous board, and some of you all were, well, actually, all you incumbents were there except for Cuellar, spent $33 million between 2017 and 2018 with nothing to show for it. That's the reality.
The thing is, okay, you're throwing us, the previous board, but my question is, the bond didn't pass in 2016.
Right.
Right? So we still had to work on projects, I would imagine. I don't know, Mr. Sanchez, Americo, we still had to work on projects that had to be done. And that's why now we're paying, dollar for dollar, correct?
Right.
That's why we're, because of the bond not passing, if it would have passed, then you're saying we would have gotten about 48%?
Yes, sir.
48 pennies for every dollar that we would have, but since it didn't pass, and we still had projects to work on, we had no option but to proceed with that, and that's why it was stuck in the M&O side, correct? Is that how I?
Absolutely. Your options are, do we not move forward with the project and have that as the saying goes, you kick the can down the road and have that project increase every year if you don't do it, or do the project on the
Well, I'd like to
M&O
chime
side.
in also, and I'm glad you brought that up, because in December, I went back, because I like to use facts. And these are the agendas, and these are the minutes from those meetings that took place. The first one was February 13th, 2017. And at that time, Mr. Andres Sanchez presented to the board about using $16 million out of the general fund, which most districts don't do, because that's your savings, okay? You go through the right process, and you go do a bond. But since the city told you no, well, you went to the general fund, okay? And then you went out and you got a $17 million high-interest loan. And at that time, in that discussion that's here, and it's February 13, 2017, the minutes from that meeting, you'll see that the district was presented with 17 projects for about $36 million in expenditures. There were 17 projects. And the board had a committee, and they decided on the 17 projects, and only 1.8 million out of those 36 million in needs was going to roofing. And as you go forward into those meetings on the next agenda item, the district specifically states, in fact, it's on, I can tell you exactly where it's at, because like I said, I like to use facts. On page 21 of those minutes, the district clearly states that they were telling them over and over again that the roof repairs were district-wide and were the top priority. But instead, it was turf, it was the tile, it was the lighting around the district. They did do the band hall, the Weslaco ISD band hall. They did the renovations for the field houses, et cetera, things like that. Fencing, over $1 million, just fencing alone. There were certain items, but if you had this funding at that time, and it was critical because the estimates were wrong. I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. For all the roof repairs and all the campuses that they listed at that time, in February of 2017, they made a misestimate and said it was to be about $5.5 million to fix those roofs. Okay, now, and then we fast forward to a couple more meetings because the item came up again on February 20th, 2017. Again, the district said we should focus on roofs. March 9th, 2017, the district said we should focus on roofs. Okay, May 8th, the district continued to say we need to focus on roofs. But only 1.8 million was allocated for that. And you had a board member at that time that said, that Dr. Rivera, that stated, I don't think we have enough funds that's allocated for our roofing needs. The bids came back and they said, well, you know what, we were off. It wasn't 5.5, it's actually 13.3 million, I think, to fix all these roofs. You had $36 million, okay? You could have done it at that time. Those roofs, to fix it now, estimated 26 million plus overages. Those could have been done at that time. So I don't want to hear that, well, we had an emergency to fix all these other items. Lighting, tile, things like that. No, the roofs were emergencies. Okay? The ACs were emergencies. Not all those other items, not turf, not scoreboards. Okay? And these are agendas that are here. Anybody wants to see them? I'll be here after the meeting. I'll gladly show it to them. I'm nothing but facts. May 30th, 2017, it continues. August 21st, the same thing, continues. Okay, we get finally to the final one, which is December 11th, 2017. This was the meeting that, when I read these minutes, it shocked me because, again, the district talked about roofing. Critical, because you're right, you should use debt and M&O when it's critical, it has to be fast. In this case, there was nothing critical at the time. You got denied a bond, and you all decided to find a different route to use it. And now we're paying millions for it. Because December 11th, 2017, at that time, you were disclosed by the company that was hired at the time, the engineering company, that if you kept it at 1.8 million, they're already gonna be able to do 4 projects, okay? Out of the whole list of schools that needed repairs, and you had the money there already in hand, because he pulled 16 out of the general fund, you went out and got a $17 million loan, and you only decided to do 4 campuses at the time. And they were actually gymnasiums and band halls.
Actually, the 4 were the elementary schools.
Right.
4 elementary schools.
Yeah, oh, that's right,
Bridge,
yes, you're
Memorial.
right. Airport, yes, 4.
Yes.
But out of all the projects, you had the money in hand, and it could have been done. So I don't want to tell the public, well, it was an emergency, and we made the drastic call, because turf and fencing and some of these other items are not drastic calls. And we're paying millions for it. And I don't know what's going to happen in November, but I'm sure not going to be left here fitting the bill when we raise taxes on people, because you all were part of that majority slate, and we have to have accountability. And accountability starts first here at the board, and then it trickles on to everybody else, okay? And those are facts. And actually, and I'll tell you, Dr. Rodriguez, you were the one that made the motion to go with only the 4 campuses at that time.
Well, you know,
And exclude the other campuses, and they would be taken care of later. And now we have to come up with, 1, raising taxes on these citizens with nothing to show for it. 2, good luck going out for a bond, okay, to fix these $26 million in roofs and $20 to $25 million in HVAC. So at the end of the day, what are we footing the bill to the public? We got about 32 million sitting in M&O, which you're discussing right now. It's costing us millions already per year, because we're footing the bill dollar for dollar. You got 26 million in ACs that are waiting for you, for the taxpayers throughout the district. And you got about 20 to $25 million with overages and roofing that needs to get done, because we have leaks throughout the district. And in one of the minutes, they said, we have leaks, we have district-wide leaks in all our systems. None of them only 1.8 million was allocated out of all that funding for roofs. Everybody knows you don't remodel your kitchen when your roof is leaking, okay? Right? I think that's common sense for any taxpayer out there. It doesn't take a genius to figure that one out.
Well, Mr.
But that
Dos
didn't
Santos,
happen.
you know, and I think, thank you for your information there, but whether I made the motion or not, it wasn't, for me, it was a motion agreeing with what administration was recommending at that time.
But they didn't agree. They didn't recommend that. They recommended roofs. It was the architect that said, I don't have the money.
But at the time, I remember having a facilities committee assessing, ranking our needs, and that came up to us. I didn't change their recommendation. What they presented that evening was their recommendation, and I approved, or I made a motion to go with their recommendation. So I didn't sit here and change what administration was asking for. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sanchez, this was something that was presented to us, and not just me, but as a board, we agreed to proceed, with what the administration was recommending at that time in regards to facilities. Now, if we would have spent all that money in roofs, which, yeah, you're right. I mean, that's, there's looking back, hindsight's 20/20, right? But we'd still be in the same debt right now. We'd still be dealing with the same debt right now.
But it'd be for roofs. It'd be for roofs,
but we'd
not
still be in
fencing
the
and
same.
pavilions.
But my point is, we'd still be in the same situation in regards to the tax rate right now.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Well, look,
whether that amount was going to be spent the way it was spent, because it was, based on what administration recommended at that time. I guarantee you, I did not change whatever recommendation they offered to us that night.
Well, let me respond by saying that Mr. Riojas stood here at the podium. It's a recorded meeting, and I'll find it for you. And when I was asking him when he presented on phases, on things that need to get fixed by phase, and I brought up the maintenance tax lien, and I brought up the 16 million they pulled out of the general fund. I asked Mr. Riojas, if you knew that roofs were important and were a priority, why didn't you all push to get the roofs done? I mean, it was at that meeting. I know it was a long time ago, but I'll remember it. I mean, I'll get it for you so you can see it. And he says, we did prioritize the roofs. I said, then why didn't they get fixed with the money that you had? He said, the board had other priorities. You were on the board at that time. So, I understand it's easy to say, well, I didn't know, or I was sitting here. But we know, everybody knows, because if they all know, then we know. So it's just about accountability. It was there at the time. We're losing millions per year. And the reason I want to disclose it is because now we have to ask for a bond. And if we're going to ask for a bond, we have to be honest about how we got to this situation. These were the actions that happened, and it's gonna cost them. It's already been costing our kids millions per year. It's gonna cost us just to refinance for 2 years, more million. How many is 2 point something million that we have to sustain for 2 years to get the state aid?
Yes, sir. About,
Okay,
yeah,
so
3.3.
millions of dollars that taxpayers are paying for kids that have to go for this mistake. Because you should have just waited, you should have budgeted properly, you shouldn't have overloaded the district at the time, and with the surplus, you could have done things in phases. That didn't happen. But now we need to be transparent and ask, because he's gonna ask for it, and if we're not transparent and we go out there and plead to the community and say, look, don't give us any more than we need, just give us what we need so we can move that M&O out of there and we can stop losing money for kids. That's the reality we need to tell them, because the reality is they're not gonna get anything back from that bond election. And I don't think there's anybody up here that can say, yes, they are. They're gonna raise their taxes, and they're not gonna see improvements, at least for those few cents that we need to get that money out of M&O, because it's costing us severely.
But bottom line, those expenses were encumbered because of the bond not passing at that point in time. So we would still be in this situation right now.
But you would have had something more valuable. I'd rather have roofs than have fencing, turf, and a scoreboard and tile
at the
and
time,
other things that weren't
I know you
pertinent.
say otherwise at the time, we just recommended and moved with what administration.
And they
Or,
recommended
li- or
roofing.
listen to the voters and not do it
They
at all.
recommended roofing. It's in the minutes.
Voters didn't
I have
approve
it
it
in
for
the
a
minutes, sir.
reason.
They recommended it multiple times.
Can we continue
Just-
with the discussion
yes.
and the presentation?
I
Instead of-
just,
Yeah,
just want to clarify.
I'm gonna say, we've made a point. We've made a point. But right now, instead of doing this, we need to see what we're gonna do to.
Right.
The corrective actions.
But no, you're right,
See,
transparency.
Yeah, and I think that's been very, very, very clear, with all due respect. But, yeah, enough of that, let's move
We
forward.
need to really see what the options are.
Well-
What's bond and what's without the bond.
Can I just,
Mark,
have
pero
a clarifying
you-
question?
You made a very clear point, and like I said, with all due respect, but
If I just may add,
we're not
I
gonna
haven't
fix anything
spoken.
right now.
He's
What we
been
need to do
pushing
is
for this
move forward.
presentation for the past 2 years. Ever since we got on the board, he's been telling us, and I just really didn't understand. Like I said, I'm not very financially savvy, but the way you presented this today really helped me to understand what M&O and INS, and I
Yes.
hope whoever's seeing on YouTube also understands all those terms and what that means. It was actually very clear today, and it just, it's eye-opening to see for me, because I've been hearing Mark say this for 2 years already, and we just kind of like, okay, Mark, okay. But I'm glad that that he called for this presentation, because it's very, very informative. So thank you for
And Mr. Teguina, you've done an outstanding job of putting something in front of us that we can understand, and you have a knowledge of what direction we need to take. So let's move forward with what we're presenting here today, and I think we're all aware of what we need to do.
Well, I have one last comment.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
so-
a clarifying question, if I could, sir?
Yes.
Sir, you had mentioned the general fund, the 16 million from do you mean the fund balance?
Oh, the fund balance, yeah. I think it's the fund balance, yeah. he took out
You took it from the fund balance, not the general fund, right?
No, the fund balance.
Fund balance, okay. And again, thank you, board trustees, and again, welcome to Mr. Tijerina. He's the new financial advisor that you all approved a couple months ago.
And it's a great
so thank you.
presentation, very
I
clear.
appreciate it, and if you want me to continue, I'll go quicker.
Well, no. For me,
Yes,
right
sir.
now that we're on this, somebody brought it up earlier, and Andres, and why decrease, why sit here and decrease the tax rate? And I asked this to Dr. Coronado the other day, because I told him, I'm gonna hold you accountable for allowing that to happen. Why decrease the tax rate just for, it was all a show? Why decrease the tax rate knowing that now we gotta close a bigger gap now? If we want to sustain ourselves with this payment.
Mr.
Go ahead, sir.
Trevino,
Go ahead.
if I can add to that, again, it gets back to the tax code, education code, to where the state says, if you school districts have money in your interest and sinking fund balance build up, we want you to tap into that first before you increase your INS tax rate. So if Mr. Sanchez or if the board hadn't done a good job of building up an INS reserve fund balance, on column, whichever page you have, column I, row 9, that $1,700,000, $1,699,000, if that wasn't there, The INS tax rate that Mr. Sanchez calculated would have been 10 cents, like Mr. De Los Santos said. But now you have, I believe it was the rules that you have to follow, the appraisal or the tax assessor collector. They see how much money you have, and they're helping with the calculations. They're saying the law now says you need to use that money you saved up. So he used about $1.7 million. You have about $200,000 left over. So next year, the money is gone, so that INS tax rate's going to need to be what it needs to be to pay the debt back. So that's why you're looking at the 9 cents.
We can't
from the
transfer
prior
any
page.
more into debt service.
There's no
Right.
more. The
That's what
fund
they were doing for
balance you
years.
have is minimal. You can change that collection percent on C row 4 and work with the tax assessor's office, because the property values that come in, they're final, stamped, and certified. They are what they are. You plug that in. The collections rate is what you see, some clients say, well, I can adjust that in order to keep it at 4 cents. We're going to have to use $1.7 million from the reserves. It's the law. You have to use that. They're asking you to use that. You use that $1.7 million, and that collections, instead of 94, you just tweak it, and it went down from 4 cents to 3.6. So again, in a nutshell, it's about a total of $140,000 that if you're short, you still have money in a reserve to make up your debt payment.
But if we would have left it the same,
If you would have left it at 4 pennies, what probably would have changed is on row 4, column C, that collections percent. It would have been slightly different, because the difference between 4 cents and the 3.6 is about $140,000 or so, 150, which you have in the account set up. And these decisions, whether, to raise the tax rate, bond election, do the project or not, you guys are in a very tough spot, always. Board members all around the state of Texas, especially the ones that are just busting at the seams and growing. What happens if the bond election does pass? What do you do? What projects do we prioritize? Because we all know years ago, the cost of construction was lower than what it is now. Right now, you're looking at $280 to $350 a square foot. And it doesn't discriminate. It doesn't matter if you're here in the Valley or if you're in San Antonio or Austin. It's going to be that much. And what you're hearing is, if your bond election doesn't pass for projects, and you do the same bond election the following year, add another 30% on top of that. So again, these are tough times, and you have interest rates that are increasing. We all know the investments, our bank account, it's making a little bit more. Since March, interest rates have gone up 300 basis points, meaning 3%. It went from 0.25 to right now 3.25%. They're looking at another rate increase on November the 2nd. The last one, they're thinking about 75 basis points to go up to 4% by the end of the year. The last one from what we're reading, the last one from what we're seeing on the news, and then start up again possibly in early next year. I think some of the board members talked about inflation. That's a key factor. But the one thing that's helping a lot of issuers in Texas is property values are going up, and that brings in more revenue for every penny that you levy. So by moving this M&O debt, and again, hypothetical, call a May 23 bond election, on column E for $23.1 million, and this is on row 45, $23,110,000. We have current market rates, because we are in October and the bond election is until May, and you won't sell the bonds until August, almost a year from now. So we added current market rates plus 100 basis points. So by moving the debt over, you incur additional borrowing costs because the rates are higher. And so with that, you have a net present value by moving it over, and here's going to be key in the dialogue whenever you call the bond election. You have a net present value loss on row 49, column E of about $3.4 million. By calling the bond election and moving it over, because interest rates are higher, you have borrowing costs, so it's negative 3.4.
Mr. Tejerina, you're doing a tremendous job presenting. but I'm lost already.
No,
With what Mark gave us, and I don't think it does us any good right now to even talk about a bond or possible bond or this. I mean, I'm
No.
just being honest,
Well-
it's nothing on you.
No.
But.
It's just, when you see that amount, when we do a refinancing on a mortgage home, what we want to do is save automatically. When we refinance our home, almost 100% of the people do it for savings. And this kind of refunding, moving the debt over from the M&O to the INS, it's not for savings initially until state assistance kicks in. So you incur an additional cost of $3.4 million, right? Rates are up 100 basis points more than were before, so you added another $3.5 million of debt. When state of Texas kicks in with the EDA, and this is on column H, when they kick in 2026, all the way down to the bonds are paid off in 37, the total amount is on column H, row 42. That total amount that they've given you all those years is $13.6 million. If your ADA stays at $15,700 and your values stay at 3.1. We know that's changing. That's going to be pretty much, if they go up together, you'll stay at that 40-some% state aid. So they're going to give you $13.6 million. If you would have left it there, you would never see that 13.6. So when you take that additional cost of $3.5 million, subtract that from that state aid that they gave you for the life of the bonds, guess what? You're up $8.3 million. They paid for $8.3 million of your debt, 40% roughly. Right. So that's the incentive when people say, okay, I have M&O debt, how can I do it? And you're right, you have to increase that tax rate. You have to be proactive in order to get that funding down the road, increase the tax rate, get that funding, and when you net those two out, you're up $8.3 million that the state kicked in, that you would never see, as Mr. De Los Santos said, on the M&O side. You would never see that, and that's every school district. So moving it over, your tax rate goes up roughly from 3.6 to 13.2, and then, the rest, it pretty much stays at that. But there was a great question asked earlier. How much is our M&O payments per year? How much is it? From 2023 to 2029. When I say 23 to 29, I'm talking fiscal year. It's $2,507,000. And again, this is nothing negative on any issuer that has M&O debt. It's an instrument, a legal instrument, and it's a tough call to make, and calls are being made. Some make them, some don't. But that $2,507,000, what does it equal in pennies on the M&O side? In pennies, it equals to 9.3 cents a year. And then when it drops from 2.5 to 2.3, it goes to 7.8 cents. So you're using up those pennies in order to pay the debt dollar for dollar. Moving it over, you get state aid, and you're up a net about 8.3. So that's refinancing all your M&O debt. There's 4 outstanding issues totaling $23.1 million. It's a 2014, 2017, 2018, and 2019. Move them over. That's an option as early as May. The next page, page 10, on the top right-hand corner, it's case A2. We do the same scenario, but the difference is we remove the one with the lowest rate. It has a high payment, 800 and some thousand, but it has a low rate, but you're still paying dollar for dollar, the PPFCOs. So you only move over $17.9 million. And again, you still have an INS tax rate increase. You go from 3.6, and this is on column K, page 10. Column K, row 10. You go from 3.6 to 12 cents. The increase is 8.42, but the net increase caused by that bond election of only refunding 3 M&O financings is 4.7, because you stripped out about $5 million, you reduced it, and we only refinance 3 out of the 4. So again, the net effect, you incur additional borrowing costs because rates are higher. If we're in the market today, rates wouldn't be 605, we're looking at 505, 5.05%. It's still, we've all enjoyed the low interest rate environment. It's been great. 5% is still a low interest rate. So the difference is 100 basis points. You incur additional costs on column E, row 49 of 2.9 million. So by refinancing 3 out of the 4, and you net the state aid that kicks in on column H, row 41 of 11.3, when you net those out, state's helping you make the debt, you incurred additional costs, you're still up that 8.3 million. The next few scenarios is slightly different. It still requires a bond election, but we're saying let's move it out till May of 2024. And with that, what we're recommending, there's a possibility, is just a scenario, you do a cash defeasance. You say, what could we do to minimize the increase? Because if you call a May 23 bond election, the dialogue with the community is taxes are going to go up 4 to 5 cents, they're going to go up. But we save money, $8 million with the state kicking in, but the tax rate goes up. With a cash defeasance, you're saying next summer, we don't call a bond election for May of 23. Next summer, you increase the tax rate. A cash defeasance allows you to pay off debt that you have incurred, and it's only interest and sinking fund debt, the INS debt, which is on column D, the debt that the voters have approved over the years. It allows you to pay that debt on the books. It does not require voter approval, strictly board approval. And the client that I gave you the example that moved M&O debt over to the INS, we did a cash defeasance last summer. The board approved it. They said, I'm going to give an example. We're going to increase taxes on the INS side 7 cents to pay off debt that we have already incurred that the voters approved. So you're going to make your normal debt payment, taxes are going to go up an extra 7 pennies, and that extra bond payment that you make, those 7 pennies of extra revenue coming in are going to make that bond payment sometime in the spring, you're going to pay off that extra debt payment. And you put that money in an escrow account. And here's what I'm talking about. This is on column I, row 24. You don't have a bond election. You do a cash defeasance on column I, row 24. Cash defeasance, that's $1.6 million. Your tax rate goes up on column M, row 9 and 10, from 3.6 to 13 cents. It's an increase of 9.4 pennies. So that 1,000,006, what does that equal? That equals 5.78 pennies, 5.7 pennies. So the tax rate goes up, no voter approval, it's only board approval. So the difference is when you pay off and make that extra bond payment in the spring, you call a February 2024 bond election for May, the dialogue with the voters, you have extra information to provide, is your INS tax rate will remain the same. There will not be an INS tax rate increase. Because if you notice, the tax rate on column M, we call a bond election, sell the bonds. On column E, we sell them, and first payments in fiscal year 25. Tax rate goes from 13 cents to roughly 12.7 after you sell the bonds. And the tax rate pretty much hovers there. We're still waiting to hear back from TEA. You still may have to wait 2 years, and then the third year EDA kicks in. We're hoping the best scenario is because we called the election in 24 and we made an EDA payment on 2024, that you only support the debt 1 year. A conservative scenario is the one we provided is 2 years on your own, EDA kicks in, and the net amount is $9 million. You're calling a smaller bond election because you made a payment in 2024 that you don't have to refinance or anything. So again, the net amount from the state giving you $12.2 million, and you incurred additional $3.1, looking at $9 million. That's with the cash defeasance. The difference is you're telling the voters, and it doesn't matter if the tax rate stays the same or if it were to drop, or it goes up. The law now, in 2019, requires you to put in bold caps, INS tax rate increase. City, county, school district, doesn't matter. You call a bond election, it is on there. And it's confusing. All the clients that have called bond elections since then, you told us the taxes wouldn't go up, or you only told us it was going to drop. The law changed. They make it harder to call bond elections and pass them. You now have propositions depending on the project. You used to do one proposition. Now it's cafeteria menu style depending on what your project is. But again, doing the cash defeasance, you're not hoarding the debt. You're not saving it up for a rainy day. When that, the revenue, when that extra 6 pennies comes in, Mr. Sanchez is overseeing it, and we close it. We make that extra bond payment in sometime in April of whatever year it is. We make that extra bond payment. It goes away. You're now $1.6 million less in debt. Weslaco ISD is going to be $1.6 million less in debt because you paid that in an escrow. It goes into an escrow account, and you see the payments. It's no longer under the district's name. The escrow account makes those payments for you. It is no longer the responsibility of the school district. The escrow account makes it, and you see the negative amount on column J all the way down. And again, that's assuming all 4 financings, and on page 12 assumes the smaller bond election, taking out the 2014, just 3 out of the 4, maintenance and operation, M&O maintenance tax notes, and refinancing that, calling the bond election with the cash defeasance in May of 2024, $17.1 million. And again, the net increase about 6 pennies, but the dialogue with the voters is INS tax rate will remain the same if you say yes. Why does it remain the same? Because you did a cash defeasance back in the summer, August. And with the cash defeasance, you have to follow certain steps. Your bond counsel has to prepare agenda language. We strip out certain maturities from your debt. Say 2015, we say we're going to take this maturity and we're going to make this payment on this day from this financing. Bond counsel takes that information, incorporates that into a resolution, and the board approves that. Cash defeasance has to be approved before the board adopts the total tax rate for the following fiscal year. It could be a meeting before, 2 meetings before, or the agenda item before. It cannot be after you adopt your total tax rate. So that's the one thing you have to follow with your bond counsel, and I'm sure they know all that information. But again, the net difference on the smaller bond election, the additional costs you incur with the higher rates of 6.5%, if we're in the market now, again, we're looking at 5%. With state aid, you're looking at $7 million that you still stay up, that the state kicked in over the life of the bonds. I know it's a lot of information. I know the audience is probably saying, somebody get a cane and get this guy off the podium. But I can't thank you enough. I applaud all of y'all.
We'll definitely have to try for
A workshop.
Yes.
And let me know my cell phone's on all the card that I handed out to her. Please give me a call. Trust me when I say this. I have elected officials, staff calling me all hours, all days, weekends, holidays. It doesn't matter. We're here to help out. We're here to serve, and I can't thank you enough for this opportunity. I'm humbled, grateful. I'm originally from Alice, so I get to, on the way back home, see my 93-year-old mother-in-law. Her birthday's today, so again, thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. Call me anytime.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You likewise.
Okay, item E, update on training, conferences, events, and consider future agenda item requests by board members. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, I think Rosemary had contacted you already about NSBA in April. So just make sure you respond to her. And then there is a legislative update in November. So other than that, that's all I have for that one.
I just want to request, just, I know you already have it, but just formally to request that the Reading Academy stipends to be in an upcoming meeting.
Okay.
And then I know that I talked to Mr. Garza about it, and I know that it's been raining a lot, but if we can possibly look into all those potholes that are, that I know B. Garza is really bad. At Sam Houston, I go every day, and my car is all bumpy too. So if we can look into that for maybe next, I don't know how busy, how busy it is right now in the maintenance department, but I don't know how big of a project it would be. But just for those potholes, I know I've talked to you before, but just to may have an update on those potholes over at B. Garza and Sam Houston, and I don't know what other schools might also have problems with the pavement on the way out.
Margot was one of them.
Margot also.
Yeah, there were several, and I've had several concerns.
About the potholes
Address
also?
this, and I've talked to Dr.
I know Weslaco East always had issues. Do we still have, Dr. Gamboa? Okay, good.
I don't know if we have even with the city some kind of agreement where because I know part of the roads are probably also maybe theirs. I don't know if we can work with them to figure something out also.
We have, Mr. Staita, we have, as I mentioned before, previously had that MOU with the city, and they've helped us out.
Yeah.
In this case, unfortunately, they haven't been able to put us on their agenda, but that's
Okay.
all we're waiting for.
Okay.
Yeah, we've made the request.
All right. So if we can just have an update for next month. Thank you.
Okay. Moving forward, agenda item 11, discussing impossible action items. Are we going to follow the order that was original and then add H to the final one?
Yes.
Okay. So item A, discussing impossible action for the board to consider pursuing the designation of Weslaco Independent School District as a District of Innovation, DOI, and the appointment of a committee to develop a local plan of innovation. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, I'm requesting or recommending approval for this action. Earlier you had the public hearing and the presentation, so I'm recommending approval for us to proceed.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have
Go ahead.
several motions.
Mark.
Mr. Los Santos, make the motion to approve, and the second by Mr. Nieto.
Correct.
And that motion is to consider pursuing the designation of Weslaco Independent School District as a District of Innovation, DOI, and the appointment of a committee to develop this plan of innovation. Do we need to discuss this further?
I just have a question on that sentence that you just read, Board President. It says here, at the conclusion of the public hearing, the Board of Trustees may appoint a committee to develop a local innovation plan. So do we have to do that right now? Say who's going to be on the committee, or how was that?
We already have one, don't we? Or no?
Do we have a DOI committee? I don't know. I walked in late, so I didn't hear the whole presentation. Sorry.
I think that's what we're asking for, is that you
Yeah, so-
approve the appointment of the committee.
Oh, okay. So there's already a
Because you could
committee.
have chosen to not approve. So at the decision-making point, you could have decided after the public hearing, we don't want to go with the District of Innovation. So I have a list of what we would do to staff that committee, which would be to get approximately one teacher from each elementary, one from each middle school, one from each
Okay.
high school, and so forth, so how we would staff that.
Okay, that's
based
what I
on
wanted
other-
clarification for.
Yes, ma'am.
Since this is like a two-part item, that's what I wanted to know, a point of the committee. But okay, sounds good.
Got you.
Any more? Okay.
Will that include also administrators or just teachers for this particular committee? Because I think it's important that also like some of the principals be involved, whether
Yes,
it's
sir.
one from the high school, middle school, and elementary.
Agree. And so I looked at, other District of Innovation plans.
Correct.
And so what I have slated is possibly 2 directors. I thought CTE would be important.
Okay.
And instructional programs, because those would be the 2 that would be, and then 2 principals,
Okay.
an AP, and a counselor.
Okay.
And this will be like on a rotating basis, or it's forever, or how would it work?
So I have not seen any changes. In fact, I think once you submit your plan, and I can research this, but I believe that once you submit your plan, you stick to that unless there are forced changes, like someone leaves the district. Right,
Plus it's only for 5 years, correct? Dr.
correct.
Dino?
And then it has to be renewed after
Right.
that. Good question. I'll look into that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay? Well, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye, call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Stoita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item B, discussion and possible action for the board to consider revisions to the 2022-23 academic school calendar. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, this was stemmed from the, I would like to recommend that November 8th be considered a professional development day. That is election day, given what occurred at the previous meeting. I do want to note that on August 16th, the board approved Stephen F. Austin and Mary Hogue. I have it right here. And so we did bring this to the board in August. Unbeknownst to us, on August 18th, the Commissioner Court met, and they were the ones that changed it, and that's why we took it back to the board in September. So we did originally approve those two campuses. Well, the board originally approved those two campuses. And so.
Dr. Coronel,
Yes.
if I may, I did reach out to the elections and the commissioner, actually, and I asked him, can you please tell me what happened? Because I saw our election order, and it was on August 16th. And I was told that there were some emails on August 11th between the elections office and the administrators, I don't know who, making their own plans of where the buildings were going to take place. So I said, how could that be if we were given this on August 16th? So what happened on August 11th, or what emails transpired that?
They wanted, so these are the sites, and again, not having the institutional knowledge, I just said, what do you normally do? And the normal thing was Stephen F. Austin and Margot, or excuse me, Mary Hogue. And so that's what we did. That's what was agreed upon, but they wanted additional sites. Now, when we brought this to the board, again, we didn't change. There was some correspondence, and they wanted alternative sites. But again, we were insistent upon, well, this is what we normally do. And so when we brought this to the board back in August, again, 2 days later, they changed it. They wanted different elections because of different, the geofencing of, or whatever the case may be. So, and I didn't know at that point, none of us knew at the administration that the law said that 45 days prior to a certain deadline, that there could be no more changes. So in other words, if that was the case, then I mean, if I knew that, if I did know that then we wouldn't have put it back on the agenda in September. And so we put it back on September because they had wanted two different campuses, which was discussed, which we discussed back in October 2nd, and they were here. But by then, they had already made the decision, they had already posted it, and it was their call. And the language, it stated on the September 18th board meeting, or September 20th board meeting, was that the county had, because it was a county election, they had the right to basically force our hand.
Our election order does say the board is authorized and required by law to pick the polling sites.
And we did. And we did. On
Right,
August 16th.
But the first meeting, we tabled it. I remember because I made a motion to table it because it was going to be.
No, sir, that was, so.
was in
That
September.
was the other one, Mark.
That was the second one.
That was when they gave us those alternate sites that we said, no,
The
no,
first
we don't
one we
want.
were
Okay, yes, when the
people
first,
going
oh, you're
into a
right.
building.
Because we had
Yeah.
one, and then we came up with a second one
Yeah.
that was put on. But even before that second one, you had mentioned that your staff had worked with them, and they discussed, and they did a security analysis and things like that, so.
But they wanted to change based on what you had approved on August 16th. I have it right here.
But you're talking about the county.
county.
Yeah, because she said that every commissioner picks the voting sites for their
Correct.
site. Jeff, because Sustaita called and wanted to find out more information, and she said that she heard different.
Yes, I don't think even the commissioner knew that. It was, because we did. And Stephen F. Austin is the second highest
Right.
voting site in
Right, and
Weslaco.
so-
So even he said,
With no
I didn't
kids.
even know that it wasn't going to be at Stephen F. Austin anymore. So that's what concerns me. So then what happened on August 11th with those emails and something going on that we were given?
That the administration made the change.
Yeah.
That can't be true.
I don't know.
If the administration made the change, then why would I have it
Well, I don't
on
know
the
if
board
administration
on
made
August, on August 16th?
Well, next time we need to just make sure that we go to locations that don't have kids. I mean, that's just the main thing, because now you have to cancel school. You're putting parents in a bind as well too, because now they have to make accommodations for that day. You're gonna affect ADA the following day, because then they're gonna come Monday, be out Tuesday, come back Wednesday, if they come back. I mean, because some kids may still be out. It's just poor, I just wish it could have all been avoided by
And the
thinking
thing
about
that
safety first.
kind of, I know that we have enough minutes in our, it says here that
You have 11 days.
We have, but we're asking the teachers to go on that day. And I understand that it's important to have our teachers, but I'm thinking about security and the way Mr. De Los Santos brought up. Sometimes it gets a little crazy at election sites. I've heard stories of people with knives and guns and all this violence and stuff. So what?
That's all those people running for election, I tell you.
I don't know, but if we're thinking about student safety, I'm thinking about staff safety too.
No, you're absolutely correct, and again, we had considered having teachers off that day as well. However, they would have to make up that day somewhere else because of contractual reasons. Right? So we can just bring them in as an opportunity, I think, for a PD day. And then we still give all of our employees, their time to vote if they haven't already. But again, the original plan was done on August 16th. And again, it was the normal plan. Whatever the district normally did, I said, well, then let's just go with that if they normally did it. Now, you're right, in terms of, things have changed since Uvalde, with kids involved, and I think the elections department are going to have to look at polling places other than schools. They mentioned that schools are used throughout the state as polling sites, but I think that's gonna be something to consider from this point going
Right.
forward, But again, just for the record, we did take this, administration did bring this to you back in August. And again, that was what was normally done anyway.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, even if you were looking at Central, you had the public library right across the street. I mean, not down the street, but a block, I think a block or two down, the public library. I mean, there was so many alternatives, but like I said, I think it's just a bad decision, but the great thing is that kids won't be on campus that day, so we know that they'll be safe.
Again, I think we
I agree with the
expressed,
calendar change.
I think with the people that showed up last time from the elections office, I think they felt how angry we were, that they changed it on us, unbeknownst to all of us, especially where there's no parking. It just makes no sense. I know moving forward, we'll get it done correctly, and thank you for at least allowing the kids, we keep our kids safe. But yeah, and along with Ms. Jackie, I mean, I get it. Either they go to work that day or they're gonna have to make it up at the end. So just make sure we have extra security or that the security, our gates are closed, whatever. Just make sure we're all safe.
So that's the only option. They'd have to make it up somewhere else.
They'd have to make it up somewhere.
So I don't think they would want to make it up anywhere else. It's just,
No.
okay.
Yeah, because then we get
Doctor, what about,
gifts.
since we're talking about elections and so forth, do we have something in policy to make sure staff isn't out there politicking or campaigning out there?
Actually, it is in
Wow.
policy. It is in policy. They can't, they can't use, no one can use district resources.
Drive on campuses with signs and so forth, if they're employed or they're on the clock, correct?
They cannot campaign for others. That's correct.
My opponent did it, and everybody there was staff all over the place campaigning openly.
You can't do it in any Weslaco ISD facility.
It was done, so that's why we're gonna enforce that.
Well, and yeah, absolutely. We had candidates running for this election, none of you all, because you're entitled to violate policy CK, because our logo is copyrighted. So, but we still had some candidates use our logo, and they can't. But you all are entitled to, and so.
And
but
again,
there are a lot of people that don't understand some of the policies.
True. And again, Mr. Trevino, Andrew, Dr. Jaime, myself, we never, and we tell our family members not to have a sign of ours when they go to work or whatever, especially if they work for the district. That's just courtesy. That's just, that's what we do.
Yes.
And we will, and fortunately, it's only one day, so, but we will all be out there and be vigilant as well.
Okay.
All right.
I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez to approve,
Second.
and a second by
Me.
Mr. Nieto. Okay. Any more discussion? Take it to a vote?
Do we, oh, sorry, just one more thing, because I was a teacher in the classroom. This professional learning development, will it be given to teachers to work in their classroom, or they're actually going to go through trainings, or do we know? We can't give it to them as a work on your, whatever you have to do in your classroom, lesson plans day?
We actually had a plan for that day for them.
Okay,
So,
all right.
Maybe just half a day and let them work on their schedule, lesson plans or whatever. the
Something,
afternoon.
because they
Yeah.
get time to,
work on their reading academies.
yeah, I was
You're
gonna
in
say,
the
but they'll be
classroom,
paid for that, hopefully.
They're already leaving.
Point.
It's PE.
Okay.
All right.
Ready to vote? Okay, signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Freitas?
Aye.
Costa Trevino?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Dr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item 9H, discussion and, let me see. Make sure I get the right one in there.
Ya me voy para la casa.
Approval of contract to rent the Bert Ogden Arena for school graduations in May of 2023. Dr. Coronado.
I was hoping I didn't have to make this recommendation. Board President and members of the board, this came with a lot of thought and a lot of conversations. And so we're a little concerned with graduation and a lot of the factors. So we did a survey. There are multiple districts that are not in Edinburgh that go to the Bert Ogden Center for graduation. And so the recommendation from both high school principals, and they are here, and the survey, 57% of parents had recommended the Bert Ogden Center. Now, it will cost us $32,000. And now I do want to say is we added up the numbers this morning. I thought it was $40,000 that we spend for graduation, and it's closer to $52,000 that we spend on graduation.
Here in Weslaco.
Here in to put both graduations on at Bobby Lackey, it will cost us, and it cost us about $52,000. That the cost with overtime, security, the decorations, the covers, the deferred maintenance, all of the just things that have to happen to put on graduation. And a lot of people don't realize that, well, that's just their job, it's where they work. No, it's all hands on deck when it takes to set up the field at graduation. The Bert Ogden Center is turnkey. Again, they do 20 or 30 graduations, high school graduations, and we would actually do both graduations on the same day. We'd have a green room, so basically we'd go there at 10. I think Weslaco High is scheduled for 10. They would go, be done by 1 or so, and then at 3 or 2, is it 3? I think it's 3 o'clock. Then Weslaco East would go in, and then we'd be done with both graduations. Since it is during the day, and we do have a lot of staff that have graduating seniors, it's a work function, it's a duty function, so they are entitled to go without taking the day off because they're still at work and it's at a work function. So there's no question that they would have to take a day off unless they wanted to. But all of our employees would be entitled to go to
Dr. And I
graduation.
hadn't thought about this, but somebody told me, and somebody mentioned it. For example, South Palm Gardens, the CTE, I feel like they're being left out. Would they also be allowed to go in between the bigger high schools and have theirs over there?
We haven't considered that because the PAC has been able to handle both of those graduations
Yeah.
with enough seating for their families. So it's never been a situation for them. Now, here's I guess the biggest thing for us, and Dr. Gamboa, he said he's experienced this before. So, and I don't know if you know this or not, but what happens is not only do we set up the field, we set up the gyms, right? Because we have to be able to make a weather call before it's too late. People have to plan for that because now the graduate only gets 2 tickets to graduation, right? So here we go from a stadium event to pick two people, which is obviously the mom and dad, right? Now, he's had to live through that, and fortunately, and I don't think Mrs. Morales has had to live through that yet. We don't know, but, you know, and here's the thing, and this, I think about this all the time. My luck, right? We go to the Bert Ogden, and it's a beautiful day, right? It's just a beautiful day, the sun is shining, the birds are chirping and everything else, right? It's the evening, it's a beautiful night, right? And it's like, see that? We you know, glad we didn't go to the Bert Ogden Center, right? Now, the other hand is, we're gonna go with the stadium? Man, we should have gone with the Bert Ogden Center because now we gotta go to the gym. So I don't know, I don't envy your decision as a board. You have our recommendation based on the survey data and based on the recommendations from administration and the campus principals. I guess at this point, the discussion is up to you all.
I'm speaking as a mom of a senior right now. I have a senior.
Mr. Aguilar as well?
And a Mr. Aguilar. They went to school, our kids, since they were little together. I was really looking forward to seeing him walk across the stage at Weslaco High at the Lackey Stadium because I feel like it's tradition. You're from Weslaco, you walk across the stadium, you know? And then I asked him, what do you think? Or what do your friends, not just you, but your friends think? And he says, no, we want something new. We want to be fresh. It's hot out there. We want to start our own tradition.
Correct.
And it kind of got me thinking, well, I guess I'm thinking about me and what I want and not what he wants, right? And what the seniors want. And so I started changing my mind. I put no on the survey, actually. I filled a survey out and I put no. I want it to stay here. But then I changed my mind afterwards, I think. And I'm really liking the idea of being indoors. We're guaranteed, no matter if it's rain, shine, anything outside, it's going to be okay. Now, the other question, is there a number to how many people can come in with each student?
So the seating capacity is almost 7,000. It's like 6,000 and change. And so I think I mean, we have large graduating classes. I mean, this is a good problem to have, right? We do have large graduating classes. I think the Bert Ogden Center, and I think for Weslaco High, I think the idea was to allow them up to 10 seats, right? It doesn't mean you take all 10 and hand out. It means, because some parents or some kids will only want 4 or 5 tickets, right? Or something like that. So there'll be a flow, right, of excess tickets. So, I mean, this is,
I had a question.
you know.
Did anybody, I just stepped back in, but I know that I saw in the proposal it's going to be Weslaco High and East, but what about the other, is it all campuses going to Bert Ogden? You all talked about that?
Yeah.
Or they're still going to keep 2 at the PAC Center? That's the thing, I mean, they're a graduating class regardless of school and color, they're all Weslaco. And I think if you're going to, that's my opinion, if you're going to, you know,
Give them a big,
for one, you do for all.
ceremony also.
You know, I think, I mean, they're all Weslaco, regardless of whatever campus they go to. And then the other thing that worries me as well, too, is that the distance, I mean, not only the distance, but I'm thinking about, you know, the grandparents, those that have medical conditions, things like that, you know, just the travel and the distance, the limited number of seats.
I did talk to him, and it was a crazy idea, but I was already envisioning in my head, well, what if we get charter buses and we check him out in Weslaco High? and take people over there. I don't even know what the liability would be. I don't even know how much it would
Well, I
cost.
told her usually districts don't bus
I don't even know
parents.
how we could do that.
Because
But
of- because the
or
insurance.
provide some kind of transportation, can we or can we not? As a district, I don't know, but maybe,
But that was my number one thing about I mean, I will come out and say it, is that not all of our kids were going over there. And that was it for me. That kind of solidified my stance on it, is that not everyone's gonna graduate together as one and in the same place as well too,
Right.
so.
What I asked Dr. Dino is to make sure that we had input from the principals, from students, because, you know, being a former principal, that's one thing that I would request, and of course from the parents. And we did in the survey, you know, and yeah, it's tradition, but sometimes, you know, you got to move forward. A lot of these students, you know, went through learning at home totally different, right? And nowadays, they want to do, like you said, we want to change it, which is okay, you know, and as long as the principals, they meet with their students, they converse with their parents. And if they can allow those students to say, yes, we want to move forward, I'm okay with it.
Dr. Corona, do we have, or what were the numbers on the responses from the students? You know, what were they
Apart
just
from the
themselves?
parents, yeah.
Apart from parents, the senior students?
There was,
It was 7-11 total, right?
I want to say it was 385, 317 students, and then there were 400 and some 45 parents.
And out of those students, what were you have the percentage on what they preferred?
How many graduating students do we have total? It's about what, 13? No.
Both high schools, about
Well, everybody.
1,100.
1,100?
1,100?
Yes.
out of the 300.
And then, but that's including South Palms, and that's
No.
including?
No, South Palms will have, they typically average about 180, and then the early college is about 80.
It's not broken up, Dr. Rodriguez, but if you read the comments that they emailed us on the Excel sheet, you can tell a lot of those, yeah, we want something. You can tell it's all the students saying on the comments that they want.
There were 257 comments.
Yeah. Well, if
Yeah, I read
you all
them.
decide to do the Bird Ogden, are you gonna include South Palms and the early college? Or can we include them somehow?
I don't know. I don't know.
The
Can we?
contract is a daily rental, isn't it? It's a daily, so as long as we fit in what we have to during that time.
Yeah, okay, so we have it one day,
That's
so
what
I
I'm saying,
guess.
we got one day.
It's real easy.
Yes.
Two.
Yeah.
Just yeah.
Well, that's true also, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're,
Because Ms. Wells
whatever you all
left out
decide.
45 minutes.
Well, I think at this point, so today is our last day because we've got other school districts that are gonna take our date if we don't give
How
them
many
an
schools-
answer.
Well, yeah, I guess we're not worried about other school districts, we're worried about what our kids and our parents wanna do.
The other concern, is it, in regards to the overtime pay, do some of our employees rely on some of that overtime pay? And are we gonna affect their bottom line if they're, if we're taking the money elsewhere? How hard is it to work, to get our staff to get out there and do the work,
We've been trying to cut overtime pay because we are spending, it's cheaper to hire more employees, but we're trying to limit that too. So we do give our security specifically and some of our bus drivers and our other support staff overtime opportunities. We have it in the budget for overtime. I don't know. I don't know what the impact, sometimes we often have a hard time getting people to do the work.
That's part of the question.
So we had the 100 years at the.
At the stadium.
So this would be 101?
101,
Mm-hmm.
we're starting all over.
I know the fireworks are a big issue too for a lot of people. They would comment, well, the fireworks, that can still be done the day before, the day after. I'm sure you guys can come up with something
Well, we did the 100
creative
years
to
after.
still celebrate with the kids in some
101.
way.
Along those lines, if I was put in a position where I was looking forward to something, and then I was told, we're gonna do
God bless
something
you.
different, we're gonna do this, what are you going to do to make this a new tradition and make it an event that they won't soon forget? So they walk away and say, man, that was something special. You know where I'm going with this?
Well, I think for this class, they'd be the first class, so I think
Yeah,
most of them would be.
they're gonna talk about,
We don't
we're
want
the
to worry,
first.
she's saying.
But along those lines, when I go anywhere and I sit at a program and then they finish with a production that's just out of the world. And there's all kinds of laser stuff that you can throw out there, to make it really special. I'm just talking about, if you're gonna put me in a position where, hey, you know what, I'm sorry, but then you go and do this and then you walk away, hey, man, that was a heck of a deal. It's something that they wanna remember for the rest of their lives.
Right.
And I
Because
think
this is a milestone in their lives, graduation.
And I think both principals are working on that, so that way it can be an event, quite an event.
I think we got to give credit to our students, too. Our students can be pretty creative in terms of what they want as well. And so I would never underestimate what our students are capable of doing and wanting to make something special. So, I think, as parents, we raise our kids to leave and we look forward to these celebrations and milestones. And we definitely don't want to miss it. So this is definitely a big decision. It's a change. The hard thing about change is it's kind of like, I was watching the football game the other day, and it's, you're 4th and 1 and you make it, you're a hero. You're a 4th and 1 and you don't cross the goal line and, you're a 0. So sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. So this is one of those situations where it's 4th and 1 and we just don't know what the outcome is yet. So that's why it's a tough decision.
The students.
Well, I'm gonna go on a limb, and I'm gonna make a motion to approve your recommendation to
Okay, we have a motion by.
the graduations at Bird
to
Ogden.
approve,
And a second by me.
And a second by Mr. Nieto. Do we have any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So I just
Oh, yeah.
text somebody from one of the other districts that has 4 high schools, they knock it out in one day. So I think we can knock out
All schools.
all 4 in one day.
Yeah, I couldn't vote for this if we're
They-
not
it'd be-
including all the
it-
kids.
It's hard, and I get Mark's point of view, so I asked real quick,
Hey.
if they can knock it out.
If we're
we
gonna,
can
if
knock
we're
it out.
gonna do for one, we're gonna do it for all.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
so,
Great.
that was it. Just wanted to make
So it's a motion to approve with the contingency,
four?
the contingency that all 4 schools are allowed to.
Well, yeah, it never said just Easter High, did it? It was just.
But that's what it said,
graduation.
Easton High only.
Oh, it did?
But yes,
Oh, okay, then,
Hey,
yeah, for
be
all.
careful what
all
you
of them.
ask for.
yeah. So you have
Just
to
amend your motion.
amend your
Okay,
motion.
I'm going to amend my motion. I'm going to rescind my motion, and I'm going to make a new motion
Correct.
to have graduations for all 4 of our high schools, right, at Burt Ogden Arena this year.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Taita with with the stipulation that all our schools be acknowledged at the Bird Ogden Arena, and second by.
Before we vote, we didn't even ask the principals, though, from those 2 high schools, if they would even have wanted it over there or not. Maybe they're happier having it here,
at least, as long as they have the option.
as long as they have the option.
If the kids
Okay.
at that South Palms decide that, hey, we don't want to go to Brogan, we want to stay at the
Okay.
Pac Center, then that's fine, but
As long as
we
that
make the
option is there.
preparations that they're included, and if
Okay.
they decide to break away from that, then they have the
Dr.
option.
Dino, you can follow up with
Yes.
those principals.
I would also like to throw in, Doctor, if we may have
And we may go back
one
and forth.
student there that doesn't have, family members or something, would we provide transportation if needed be?
We can make that happen.
Yes.
We can.
And one thing, this is just for this year. Next year, they'll have the option to go back between, I don't want to lock us in that forever we're going to Bird Ogden. This is just this year, we'll see how it goes, see what the responses are next year. If they want to go back to Panther Stadium, then we go back to Panther Stadium.
This is just for this year.
This year only. Okay.
Yeah. We'll have
Okay.
to vote on that.
Legal's telling me to rescind my motion again,
Okay?
to give the other 2 high schools an option. So I rescind my
Right.
motion for the second time, And this final motion is to approve the graduations at Bird Ogden for Weslaco East and Weslaco High and give the option for graduations at Bird Ogden for the other two high schools.
South Palm.
That in order?
College.
Okay, good call. And Mr. Nieto, you second that?
Correct.
Motion. So we have that somewhere in writing. Any more discussion? Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Steta?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye.
And for the record, the chair also votes in favor.
Hey, Doctor, I know we already voted, but there's gonna be some consumer charges? Or is that's just
Consumer charges.
consumer charges?
Okay, motion carries. Now we go into item 12. Closed meeting to discuss, A, personnel matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 1, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation on certified professional personnel. 2, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation on resignations, retirements of certified professional personnel. 3, discussion on preliminary legal counsel review of district discipline of personnel following reported incidents of prohibited conduct. 4, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. B, deliberation regarding acquisition of real property, Texas Government Code 551.072. At C, consultation with attorney regarding A, pending or contemplated litigation, B, a settlement offer, or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code 551.071. The time now is 9:19, and we're going into closed session. The time now is 11:39, and we have reconvened in open meetings. A, possible action necessary and item discussed in closed meeting. Number one, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation on employment of certified professional personnel. Dr. Coronel?
Board President and members of the board, I'd like to recommend certified professional personnel as discussed in closed session.
Move to approve.
I have a motion by
Second.
Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. De Los Santos. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Staita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
I'm going to abstain. We still have things that I don't agree with that are happening with the HR department, so I'm going to disagree on the hiring. And not everybody, unfortunately, but there's one there that I have a question on.
Okay. Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez, for the record, left the meeting at 9:20. So motion carries. Number two, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation on resignations and retirements of certified professional personnel. Dr. Coronel?
Board President, members of the board, I'd like to recommend the resignations and retirements of certified professional personnel as discussed in closed session.
Move to approve.
Have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez,
Second.
second by Mr. Nieto. Take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Staita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item three, discussion and possible action for the board to allow the superintendent to enter into negotiations on a land purchase. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, as discussed in closed session, I'd like to recommend approval to allow administration to enter into negotiations on a land purchase.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion by Mr. Los Santos.
Second.
Second by Mr. Saita.
Check.
Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Saita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now we go to item 14. We're going to go into closed meeting to conduct a level 3 grievance requested by R. Orozco pursuant to Weslaco ISD policy DGBA local.
Do we need an
Everybody
adjournment
has
for
to-
the regular meeting first or no?
We adjourned the regular.
No, the adjournment is
No?
after everything.
It's after everything.
After the-
Yeah, it's after.
According to
he's
the
right.
script that I have.
It's after.
Okay, okay.
But you don't want to just, but you don't need them here, Doc? No? You don't need all of them here? You send them home. The staff? For the adjournment? I mean, we're going to do the, I mean, do you need them, the Kevin?
District leadership team, you're excused. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Have a good evening.
All right, have a good evening. 9 o'clock. Wow. Mr. Buttermore doesn't want to leave, sir.
I'm just saying you can come in at 9, but if you want to come in at 8:30, that's on you.
Bye, have a good night.
Thank you. The time now is 12:22 a.m. and the board has reconvened in open session. With regard to the level 3 grievance requested by Mr. Ricardo Orozco, does any board member have a motion?
I make a motion to accept the level 2 grievance. Is that correct?
Go ahead, you okay?
The level 2 grievance? But I would, Mr. Orozco, I do agree with you that the process is broken and it is being repaired or has been corrected.
Just accept the level 2.
But I make a motion for level 2 grievance.
To uphold the
To uphold the
level 2
level 2.
grievance.
There it is.
Okay, let's take it to a vote.
Second.
I wanted to,
Oh.
just really, or before we vote, can I
Okay.
say
Yeah,
something?
absolutely. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I know it's
I know,
late,
but
Jack.
hurry up.
I know it's
I
late.
know it's past
No.
midnight, but I just want to tell you, sir, I did take the time to look over the information and the applications, and like Mr. Trevino said, I know that there were some people that had maybe less or more experience with different content areas that you felt it was unfair. There is not, like you mentioned, a rubric or a formal application for summer school. And that is a problem that I definitely see in our district that makes the process very difficult. So because you brought this up, it just opened up a whole new door to fix this. So I appreciate and I thank you for doing that. That's all I wanted to say.
Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you. I'm not going to speak to the board.
Was it? Okay, we
I made
had
a
a
motion,
motion
second.
and a second by Mr. Trevino. Now let's take it to a vote.
Sustaita.
Six.
I didn't think.
No, no.
Check
Yes,
Mrs.
no,
Staita.
Mr.
I stand corrected.
Oh, but I didn't make a second, but okay.
Okay.
I thought it was just you.
Let's take it to a vote now. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Staita.
Aye.
Mr. Trevino.
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Aye.
And Mr. Weslaco.
Aye.
Motion carries. We now go to item 16, adjournment. The time now is 12:24 and we are adjourned. AM, Wednesday morning.
Good morning.